There are two houses down from that, which are empty as far as I know, except people show up on occasion. Two houses on the other side of the street is a foster house where they've got half a dozen kids. I think that, someone was referring to, I think, to Tahoe. And what has happened to Tahoe with this sort of dissolution of community and everything done as quickly as possible for a profit. It's a travesty. I knew Tahoe 30, 40 years ago, and I was there last year. It's pointless. It's just a nightmare to go to. It's just all tourism's wall to wall. I don't think that this community wants to make it a tourist destination. We've got kids. We're raising kids. I don't think I go down to the marina these days compared to 20 years ago. What a madhouse. What a madhouse. A lot of the people who come to walk their dogs are very nice people from elsewhere in the community. Some of them are bringing, anyone seen a cane corso? Or if that's the, I mean, that dog, came out of here from Oakland. I've never seen a pit bull that size. 170-pound pit bull. What a nightmare, right? Those folks were not from Sudden Valley. I think that if we're going to abrogate these bylaws, if we are going to gut these bylaws, it needs to be a community vote. And they need to have they need to be advised what this will look like. These folks don't walking around our neighborhood. They're not picking up after their dogs. They're here on vacation. And we don't want to see that. If people want to do long-term rentals, that's something else. If they're, as the bylaws, I understand, they've got to give 3 months notice, or they've got to let the people know who's coming in. And I think it should stay that. I'm not talking about really, wrenching in everything, but I don't want to be, I don't want it to revert to a resort, as it were. And I want to have, I had to go out, I walked out, these folks had been in their truck with the light on for an hour and a half on my property. And they weren't going anywhere. And I went out and, what are you doing here? Oh, well, we're with this house 2 houses over, who had apparently given them permission to park there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Any additional?
I'm Barbara Michelson Harder from 172 Polo Park. That won't be too close. Let me know if you can hear me. So I'm on the same subject, Airbnbs. It's a problem. And I agree with the gentleman that spoke before. I don't think it's something that we want in our community. I read the law that Bellingham passed it in 2019. And it's tight. And one of the things that it talks about is the watershed, which, if I'm not mistaken, Sudden Valley is part of the watershed, am I right? And Bellingham has said, no short-term rentals in the watershed. And Whatcom County, I guess, has not done that yet. And my question about Whatcom County, here's the deal. All right. Where half of the time Whatcom County, it seems like Whatcom County wants to say, oh, you're private property. We can't help you with the cops. We can't help you with the sheriff. And then on the other hand, they go, oh, but you have to follow the rules of Whatcom County. But wait a minute, are we private property or are we not? Where do they draw the line? Why can't we say we're private property and these are our rules for Airbnb and we don't want them? I think one of the things that maybe makes sense is if somebody lives in their property, I think Bellingham said 270 days of the year. And then the rest of the time they can do short-term rentals. Well, that's almost a full-time resident. I just really think we need to do everything we can to put the lid on it now before it totally gets out of hand. Because what the gentleman is saying is correct. People come here for vacation. I think I said the last time I talked about this, because every time I come, I talk about it. I used to work in the hotel business. I was in the hotel business for 20 years. It's despicable what people will do to a hotel room because it's not theirs. They don't own it. They don't care. People have the same attitude for short-term rentals. Not everybody, but enough of them that it's really a problem. So my question, so the review and approval, the bylaw amendments are going to have to be put before the population, correct? They're just approved by the board to put before the voting members. Okay, all right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Anyone else tonight? Okay. Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Jane David, 10 Gooseberry Circle. Joanne probably already knows about this, and I think I sent a thing to Sonia once, but there is an HOA court decision, Wilkinson versus Chihuahua, I think, or Washington State, and I think one of the determinants was that you cannot ban short-term rentals based on your bylaws saying that you can't have a business in your neighborhood because they're not businesses, they're residential, right? But that same court decision said that you could, in fact, just ban them on the fact that you don't want to have short-term rentals in your neighborhood. So not using businesses as the reason, but just because you don't want to have them. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of court cases about this over the next few years, but it's really something all of our board members should be aware of.
Thank you. And just so you know, I share a lot of your thoughts. My nephew actually lives in an HOA in Southern California, and somehow they banned them there. So we're trying to find out more about that. Of course, that's California, not Washington. So I understand there's some differences, but we hear you. Thank you for your time. Any additional comments? Sorry. Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move on to item number 4. The consent agenda, there's 5A and 5B for the meeting minutes for July 15th and July 25th. Get a motion?
I'd like to have the minutes from July 11th and then July 25th as submitted approved.
For the second?
Second.
Already got Rick. All in favor?
I wasn't in attendance for the July 25th, so I can't vote on that one, but I'll vote in favor of the July 11th and then abstain from the,
Okay, and that was unanimous.
What is the next? No.
All right, moving on to item number 5, General Manager's Report.
Thank you. Hidden Valley experienced the first summer heat wave in July, and our pool has reached capacity on several of the hottest days. Residents have been out in high numbers enjoying the marina, beaches, parks, and trails, and we believe, although we don't have specific counts, there are many more people out than last year. Staff has settled into its summer routine, and all programs so far are moving forward successfully. I'd like to talk first about the Valley Fair. Staff in the administration, recreation, and maintenance departments were very focused on preparations for the annual Valley Fair during the first 2 weeks of July. Held from 10 to 3 on July 13th, this year's event was well attended, but did not attract as many participants as last year. This could have been due to other competing events taking place on that weekend. This year, a new layout was used for the various activities, which many attendees commented on positively. The new layout was more compact, which made it easier for staff to support all of the activities. This year, the fair included live music, food trucks, a beer garden, field games, and craft and vintage vendors. Vendors at the fair again reported that while they saw fewer people at our fair than at other Bellingham events, a very large percentage of SVCA attendees made purchases from them, which made it a desirable event for vendors. Total expenses for the fair this year were $5,073.14. Of that amount, $2,049.40 was spent on equipment, which can be reused for other events. SVCA took in $2,185.50 in revenue related to the fair, which offset the costs. I'd like to talk next about golf. While the other departments were focused on the fair, golf and turf were focused on keeping up with the busiest part of their golf season. This year, they've had a lot of challenges to confront. Winter damage to the greens, much less favorable spring weather, intermittent issues with the irrigation system, and the need to frequently repair their aging equipment. But despite those challenges, golf is still on track to equal or even exceed 2024's record revenue. 2023's record revenue, sorry, we're in 2024. This is great news for the association and even more impressive when you consider that this is Kevin LeDuc's first season as our golf director and Darren Chapman's first season as our head pro. I'd like to talk next about new construction. This year, 24 new construction projects and 3 significant additions have been approved by the Architectural Control Committee, which is more than we've had for the last 2 years. Given that there are more active projects this year, it is extremely encouraging that administration has received fewer complaints overall about construction issues. But while it's good that fewer members are affected, it is still true that having new construction in your neighborhood can be very, very disruptive. I would like to remind the community of a few things. Every lot that has been platted in the association is deemed buildable. Some of the lots being built on now are more challenging sites than those that were developed previously, but all lots are considered buildable. Further, SVCA is not currently selling lots. The lots that are being built on were acquired through private sales. To help reduce the disruption of new construction, the Board of Directors approved increased fines for builder violations earlier this year. And I believe that that has contributed significantly to fewer complaints being received. Also, the ACC is proposing changes to SVCA policies that would shorten allowed construction hours next year, limiting the times during which these construction disruptions can take place. Next up is the capital projects update. Area Z maintenance shop construction began in January. Now we're estimating will be completed this month. The delay is due to PSE not coming out to attach the electricity. Literally everything else is done. We can't get our final inspection without electric in the building. Tennis court resurfacing. Work has begun and is expected to be completed in September. Turf care building design and permitting. Design is underway and we now expect it to complete at the end of August. Construction is planned for next year, the winter of 2025. Delay has been due to design changes and the consultant's overall schedule. Adult Center HVAC and tankless hot water heater replacement. Work is now scheduled to take place in September. Clubhouse HVAC design and permitting. The design is being finalized and is expected to be complete in August. An engineer's estimate has also been requested. Once this is received, it will come to the board for funding approval before submitting for permits or going to bid. And this is expected to take place in September. Clubhouse and Adult Center painting. Work is currently in progress and should be completed this month. Fence replacement. Work is scheduled again to begin in September after the pools close. 2024 Road and Drainage Project. Work began back in May and is expected to continue through September. Residents should continue to expect minor delays as construction goes forward. So there is some delay due to the permit on the Cold Spring project and contractor availability for additive alternative work, but the contractor will still finish within our requirements. For Cold Spring drainage repairs, the design and permitting is complete and the work is planned to be completed in September. For bridge design and permitting, the design is underway and is expected to be completed this October. The Barn 8 siding project is on hold until the structural report is completed. And we have 4 completed projects: the Marina Boat Launch Dock, the Turf Care Cart Paths, Turf Care HVAC repairs, and the rekeying of facilities. The remainder of the report here is a listing of the individual department achievements and is available to be read in the Sudden Valley Views. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay, moving on to item number 6, committee reports. We'll start out with Daniel, since we missed you last time. We went in alphabetical order this time, so no one will get missed.
All right, I'm ready this time.
You're up first, buddy.
Well, as Joanne suggested, this has been a busy season for ACC. Did you say we had 24 new constructions? Yeah, and that's a lot, and we do consider each one, and we've got some good policies that we do consider. We don't hand out variances, so we're not just letting people bring people free rides in building. We do consider each property and look at every tree that's going to be cut, every variance that's requested. We're not trying to make it easy on anybody. We're trying to make it fair. We have some good policies in place right now, and we're working on editing those policies, the ones that the board has reviewed and that we talked about at the open session with the community. So we took some of that, some opinions and advice from the community and the board with some ideas too about our final edits that we'll present, I think maybe at the next board meeting, Joanne. So we're going to present it first to the ACC to get final approval, and then we're going to bring that here. So you won't see any surprises, mostly clarity from what you've already seen. One of our biggest issues has been recently I think we've seen this in the last 3 meetings, was 8 and 10 Valley View Circle. And I think this leads into our discussion about the right of ways and I think the stormwater drainage and the green spaces. So that's the kind of thing that takes up a lot of time in our meetings. I think for those 2 particular properties, we probably spent 3 hours in meetings and then external meetings that we've had just discussing this problem in general. So it's something that needs to be resolved. No other reason than to shorten our ACC meetings.
Ready, thank you, Daniel. All right, moving on next, document review.
Hi, we have, I actually canceled our meeting for August. We worked on some policies for our board policies that'll be coming forward on the next meeting this month. We're also waiting on approval of ACC because there are several policies that are covered under board policies that are now will reside with the new ACC policies. So for now, we just haven't done anything. I don't want to get too far ahead and do this until we find out how these things are received and if they get approved, and then we'll move forward from there.
Thank you, Linda. Moving on next to finance. Ready?
The last meeting of the Finance Committee was a joint meeting with the board when the budget presentation was delivered. We did not have a meeting after that. Our next scheduled meeting is next Wednesday at 6:30 via Zoom.
Thank you, Lori. Moving to C, which is a GM search. Rick?
Thank you, Keith. So We have been working with Rothman, and the job posting has been out about a month now. In consulting with Cliff Moore, our major work partner at Rothman, he's reported that we have received 13 applications for the general manager position. But he did also say that he was a little disappointed in the number of high-quality applicants. And so we asked about the fact that we were not a member of the Washington State Community Association Institute, which is an organization that supports HOAs and condominium ownership groups managing their affairs. And he was quite emphatic in stating that he thought it would be a great benefit for us to post on their blog. The issue is you have to be a member of the WSCAI to do that. It's a very modest cost. It allows up to 20 individuals from our community, whether they're board members, committee members, or general members, to have access to a lot of the resources that they are able to acquire as a group collective of community associations throughout the state. There is a similar organization in every state and in several countries. Washington has the third largest organization within this group. So I would strongly recommend that we do pay that small membership fee. It's good for you. Nobody put me up to it.
I will ask you to behave yourself, please.
Please.
So as I was saying, I would strongly recommend that we pursue that as an opportunity to post and reach out to people who have experience managing HOAs. We have a very general posting. They have worked very hard and diligently, but it's primarily been through government entities, primarily, not entirely. As a part of that, I also wanted to let the members of the board and the community know that this organization is having an introductory session, a free session, a 2-hour session that was initially scheduled for this Saturday, but due to scheduling conflicts, they're having to push it out to September 7th. It'll create an opportunity for any of us that are interested to learn more about this association and what other benefits we can derive from it. And I kind of think, I don't know, but I kind of think it would be beneficial to our organization and to the leaders on the board. So anyway, it's a 2-hour session. It's being held at the Bellingham Public Library. If you're interested, I'll share that link. There's still 6 openings when I checked this afternoon for that. So the process as looking ahead to the GM search is that Rothman will continue to collect and receive and screen the applicant pool. He'll interview them. He will make recommendations on which ones he feels are highly qualified to fill the position. He will create digital packets. We will remove names and certain identifying characteristics because these people, a lot of them applying, of course, don't want to risk their current job.
Can you please refrain? Thank you. You say that.
It's just allowed.
it's interrupting our business. No, I can't hear you when you're yelling at me. Okay. I haven't even met you. I don't even know who you are, sir. You obviously know me, but I don't know you. Because you've been on the board, you try to make That's fine. I'm done talking.
Please continue on, Rick.
So getting back to the packets, they are deemed highly confidential, and I really can't emphasize enough how important it is to keep them as such. So with the application deadline being August 18th, Cliff at Prothman feels that he'll be able to get the packets completed for our review and into our hands by the first week of September, probably in that early part of the week, so that the board will have an opportunity to review them for a week or a little more prior to our September 12th board meeting, where we will decide as a board whom we will invite for board interviews. And that process will involve the applicant meeting with staff, having a tour of facilities, having a little break in the afternoon, and then coming back for the board interview that evening. And we'll repeat that several days, probably in the course of about a week or so, for the qualified candidates that we as a board select. I have asked Cliff if he would be available to attend part of that board meeting on September 12th to help clarify any questions that we may have about the packets. I think he'll be very thorough and will explain in a fair amount of detail what the strengths and weaknesses are in each candidate. But I felt it would be valuable to have his input should we need it to ask him questions. Any questions about that process?
I'm going to save my comments for the CAI discussion section.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks.
Okay, well. All right, go ahead. I'll let you. It's been a little crazy. Go ahead with your question. Say it loud though, okay? Real loud.
It is, yes, it is the same organization.
Good to know. Thank you. And then we'll find out more, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, and you're up now, or AJ, Long Range Planning Committee?
Yeah, we haven't had a meeting. I've been pretty busy at work with the construction season, so I haven't been able to coordinate that.
So I would just like to congratulate AJ on that incredible, sexy roundabout at Hannigan Road, because that was his job, 8 years. Yay. That thing is a work of art, no lie. It doesn't even look real.
It's done.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to nominations and elections. Rob?
Thank you, Keith. So the NE committee's been working quickly as things are ramping up for the AGM. As I mentioned in our announcements, the application period is open. And specifically, there are 4 board of director seats open for 3-year terms. ACC has 6 open positions. Those are 3-year terms. NNE has 3 open positions. Those are 2-year terms. We've been working really hard with staff and Unilect. We're going to be looking at the mailer envelope. We've also been trying to get ahead on making revisions that we know of for sure in terms of like the ballot instructions and the ballot pamphlet instructions. Keith, thank you. I know you're working on your precedent letter, so thank you for that. Appreciate it. Things are going quick. Our next meeting is Monday, this coming Monday at 6:30 via Zoom.
Thank you, Rob. Moving on to safety. Lori?
Hello. So since our last meeting, we have not had an all committee meeting, but we do have committee members working in very small groups of 2 people we have split and are working on 2 different areas. One is more related to Firewise and the other one is related to safety surrounding beginning of the school year and the school bus stop. So we will be having another meeting soon. We're going to come together and hopefully we can, have everything done before the school year starts in like 3 weeks.
Thank you. All right, moving on, item number 7, continuing business, budget discussion. We have operations. Questions, comments?
So at the
Joanne?
presentation on July 25th, we asked to keep questions to the area of understanding the documents and making sure that there was just a good understanding of the documentation that was shared. This evening's discussion is for more substantive questions, and we don't have any materials or anything outlined because it's just subject to the questions that are on the minds of the board directors after a more thorough review of the materials that were presented. So are there any questions?
I'm just curious, how are we doing this? Because I actually, there's several items in the budget that I have concerns about, but do you want me to take them by priority or by page number?
Well, we're starting with operations, so whatever questions you have about ops, go for it.
Okay, so, hard. So on operations, if you go to page 12, got the operations budget background, and it states that the 2025 budget marks the first time since 2020 that investment in the capital reserves has been increased. This is false. 2024 saw a budgeted increase of $105,600. The 2025 budget actually removes the line item completely and replaces the budgeted capital contribution from increased wet slip fees and replaces it with an increase that comes from a 7% annual dues increase. In 2024, dues allocated to SURF plus the wet slip fee allocated to SURF totaled $1,390,016. With the removal of the wet slip fee contribution and the addition of the 7% dues increase, 2025 shows the same budgeted total to be $16,000 less than the 2024 budget. So you're increasing dues 7%. You removed that line item that we said was very important to keep in there. And by doing that over the next 10 years, you are decreasing our reserves by $1.1 million.
I just can't find where you're referencing. You said page 12, but I don't.
On page 12 of the
presentation.
of the presentation,
Of the budget.
on the presentation.
So I'll take a stab at responding, and then, our treasurer, and our finance director can join me as well. But, while it's accurate that there was a line item in the budget for the $105,600 contribution from increased wet slip fees, the budget did not in and of itself mandate that the board approve those fees. In the event, the board did not approve the entire suggested increase. and instead opted to move money from the operating reserve into the capital reserve to ensure that in 2024, the appropriate contribution was made. So while the budget can list whatever it likes, there was actually no authority in that document to ensure that those monies were collected. And the Board of Directors took action earlier this year to address that by moving the excess funds in operation.
So I would like to point out that the reason that there was an advisory vote was to ensure that future boards actually listened to what the community wanted and adhered to it. So what the community asked is for the wet slip tenants to actually cover 1/3 of the cost of the replacement and the repair of those marina docks. 1/3, that's all. And the community was covering 2/3. What you guys have done now is that you have completely removed those additional fees. I don't even know where they are because they're not showing up in the budget. They're not in the operational budget either. So I don't know where that additional money is, but it is now no longer in reserves. And like I said, you're now taking $1.1 million over the next 10 years away while you're now putting every bit of that onto our community membership. That is a limited common element. Only 87 of you get to use it, and half of this board is made up of wet slip tenants. That is a conflict of interest that you voted, and you voted to give yourselves a decrease, and now you have actually removed a line item. And Joel, I don't believe you can remove that line item because we're actually receiving money from that this year, and it doesn't show on the 2025 budget.
So
Yeah, so the increased fees that we're getting this year, which was about half, that's reflected in the 2025 budget and operations and so basically the 2025 marina budget, when you go to that and look at the revenues for 2025, that's based off of the year-to-date revenues so far through 2024, just repeating in 2025.
So it only shows a $26,000 increase in operations for all of the wet slip. So it's only $26,000 over 2024 when you go into operations. There, it should be at least what, 58,000?
Well, it's just, I mean, like it's just purely reflecting the composition of like all the fees that went up, voted by the board, per category, wet slip, dry slip, so on and so forth. So that's the current composition that we have right now coming through as actual revenue. So that's what was repeated for the 2025 budget.
So my point is, this board, once again, is going to completely ignore an advisory vote of the membership who asked you to ensure that some of that money is offset. It's a limited use element. And yet all of the community is paying 100% of it. They're asking you to just pay your portion. And if you think about it, like there was an argument that everyone can use the docks, even though we all know everyone can't use those docks. They're locked and only you guys can. That being said, only you can use the wet slips. Those are only, they're limited by the fact of whoever the boat owner is. So paying 1/3 additional is fair.
Let me just make a comment. You keep mentioning a $12,000. That is only the line under the marina wet slip income. Increase also applied to the marina wet dry combo.
Mhm.
So you do have, so there's another,
26,000 total.
well, no, it goes from 2024 is 97,000. And the 2025 budget is 129.5. So you're looking at, 33,000 there, and then another 12,000 in the wet slip. And then there's also, not sure why the dry slip income went down. I just don't remember.
I was just going to point out too, so the 2023 actuals is 181,903, and then the 2025 budget is 230,301, and that's, like I said, that's June actuals for Marina, so that's about $50,000 increase over the 2023 actuals.
So I'm going to just once again ask you guys to please reconsider and hear the community on this. And also the fact that it's really important. That was not in the budget. It was only budgeted 129,000. It wasn't in the reserves appropriately. As soon as we knew about it, we identified it, we budgeted correctly. This is, by not passing those fees through to the reserves as they were meant to be is actually causing a big hit to our reserve account.
Just want to ask Joanne a question. Joanne, in your opinion and looking at marina rentals around, do you think that the current slip rental, both for dry and wet in combo, is basically at what our market for the area will tolerate?
We experienced more terminations of wet slip contracts this year than we have in the last several years. And it was a challenging effort that took about 7 or 8 weeks for outreach to the people on the waiting list to fill the slips. We also experienced this year a much longer delay in when we received payment and renewals. So in my opinion, it was approaching the fair market pricing for the slips that we have on offer. What we could do is to continue to increase the cost of those rentals and see where we don't fill the marina. But that would result in a loss of revenue and fewer people actually getting to enjoy those slips. I'd like to comment on Director Volt's remarks regarding the revenues. As Joel pointed out, the increased revenues have gone into operations, which is the appropriate way to handle a use fee. It is not appropriate, and Director Bradley has shared this publicly several times, that the appropriate way to fund capital is through a changing of the distribution of the dues that go into capital. And I'm sure she would be happy to share again her thoughts on that subject, but we've all heard it multiple times. And last but not least, an advisory vote is advisory. It is not binding on the board.
Can I make
Yeah,
a
go
comment,
ahead, Linda.
please? The 105,000 that you're talking about, that's sitting in SURF right now where it's supposed to sit. The whole thing of when you look at the reserve specialist who has no skin in the game, when he put things, you kept our dues $36.10 SURF. When he did the budget, he had it at $37.11, and I couldn't figure out why. It's the difference of he put that between all the dues payers that are supposed to be paying into SURF. And until we change our bylaws and you say that you can.
So we are allowed to do use fees and have them per the limited element. We are able to do that. We just need to create a fee for that. We can create a policy around it. And regarding the reserve study, it's actually Joel that lays that out for the reserve specialist.
Well, if I'm looking at that new law that you're looking at, that has to be done by an independent party. And so if we're paying someone, which in theory we are each year, they're the people that are supposed to be developing that for us. I can look back even when Swint and those did it, they put it in because it's how do I say this? If you want a fee and you want it a use fee, the attorney has said use fees are operational expenses. And that's exactly what that advisory vote said. So if you wanted it to go into capital, you should have called it a different kind of fee. The transfer fee that everybody has yelled about. has
Okay,
been
so I'll bring it back as a
Would you
motion.
please
and
not
we can do
interrupt
it.
me?
Thanks for yelling at me, Linda. That was really rude.
Well, if you interrupt all the time,
Don't.
the point is they didn't call it a use fee and they put it into capital. You could have done that same thing. If you call something a use fee, it's an operational fee. It's in our bylaws. So it's like, it was an advisory vote that you put in there. The board isn't responsible. Then you come back the next year and you say, oh no, that's because the board needs to know. Yes, they did. The board didn't bring the fees forward. The general manager did. All these people that voted on this have no other, there are many people on the board, 4 or 5.
Are you
Have
kidding?
votes. No, listen.
That's not even the truth, Linda. She had to bring it back. That's exactly what happened. You guys were controlling that. I kept repeatedly saying that needed to come back. And I'm shocked at what you're actually saying, and you're playing word games, and this is what's frustrating the community right now. That's what you're hearing is frustration, because you guys are playing word games. Like you're going, well, it's a use fee, and if you wanted it, then you should have brought it back and you should have worded it that way. Well, except that the board did vote for it, and we approved it this year. And what I'm saying to you is you have now, you guys are all ignoring an advisory vote, overwhelmingly voted on by this community. They said they would like the wet slip tenants to contribute their portion. We have an attorney we pay. We can ask him to write that document appropriately, whatever it is, a policy, a use fee, however you want to word it, so that we can actually contribute appropriately to the reserves.
That doesn't, you put that all on the wet slip owners. Our reserves are lacking, and it isn't just in the marina. That hasn't been increased in years. It's just you've done this little operational hop through. It doesn't do anybody any good. We're 21, 25% funded. That's not even in the ballpark of what an association our size should be done. And you need to start looking at that instead of tiptoeing by the graveyard.
So I'm going to address that because that's actually not appropriate. So we're a very large, one of the largest HOAs in this country. It is perfectly acceptable to do minimum threshold funding, which is what we do. We're meeting those. And if you watch and you read your reserve study, what he says is that we are meeting our requirements over the next 30 years. That 21% is meeting our requirements. In 2019, and I'm pretty sure you were on the board in 2019, we had reserves of 9%. So when you guys try to say, act like we did something, what we did do is that we decreased the artificial inflation of our reserves that had almost $14 million in buildings and equipment and vehicles that we did not even own. We moved almost $12 million out of there. So at that point in time, we were able to see that we didn't actually need to take, when we increased dues last year, 3%, we put 6% in operations because according to our reserve specialists, we were fine. And we're fine for the next 30 years if we stay on track and continue to contribute the way we planned. What I'm trying to explain is now you're going, we're raising dues 7% and we're going to take out this additional fee. You're literally bringing in less money than what we planned for last year in the 2024 budget.
That's not accurate. The budget takes into account receiving revenues from the rental of wet slips and dry slips and combination slips in the marina at the exact same level of this year. The budget takes that into account. There is no proposal in this budget to reduce the marina fees.
No, but it removes them, and that dollar amount actually doesn't show appropriately in the operations budget. Okay, so please consider that. Does anybody else have anything to say on that topic? And then I'll move on to the other item. Exactly. So the other has to do with the operational budget where it fails to account for the positions that were created by the new organizational chart approved by the board on May 23rd. The current treasurer has made online social media postings acknowledging these positions are not included in the 2025 budget, specifically writing that hopefully in 2026, we will be able to budget for this. As I stated, on May 23rd, after closed session discussion of the new org chart and proposed changes and job descriptions, the board majority approved the organizational changes proposed by the general manager. The motion was followed immediately by the motion that the SVCA Board of Directors approve $45,000 from UDR for the funding of the accounting manager position. The $45,000 representing 1/2 of the proposed salary requested by the GM for the accounting manager position. I believe that based on the proposed budget and the treasurer's statements, the board must rescind the motion that transferred fees from UDR for a non-existent position and that the SVCA organizational chart revert back to the structure reflected in the 2025 budget.
First, I want to say that you just picked words out of my post. You did not read the entire post for those who are listening to what you're saying.
So are those positions included in the 2025
What
budget?
I said was were no additional positions created. Therefore, they are not included in the budget because they don't exist.
Except that we moved money from UDR to pay for one of those positions and the board voted for a
position
new
has
organizational
not-
structure.
That position has not been filled, and as far as I know, it hasn't even been, we're not even recruiting for it.
So I'm asking that the money that was moved from UDR, our reserves, be put back to UDR since we're not using it for the purpose of why we moved it.
I don't have a problem with that. If we move it back to UDR and we need to, we have a position we need to fund for, we'll just vote to move it back. It's just moving money on paper.
In
Okay.
December, if
As I indicated in the closed session discussion that I had with the board about the proposed organizational changes, they are exactly that. They are proposed organizational changes. All changes to our organization must be negotiated with the Teamsters. And that is what I'm in the process of doing. Until we get an agreement between SVCA and the Teamsters, which would be expressed as a memorandum of understanding signed by both parties, we cannot move forward with posting or filling the proposed positions. If the board feels that it's appropriate to withdraw the funding that was approved, that's fine. That is certainly within their purview to do so. We are not using it, and we won't need to use it until we can post and fill that position. I'd like also to say that the proposed organizational changes only created one new position, not multiple positions, one. And that was the proposed accounting manager slot or role. The other positions were repurposing or redefinitions of current staff that would more efficiently align the organization for the work that we must do every day to keep things running forward. So there were not 4 positions created. There was 1 position created, and the other 3 were simply redefined.
AJ?
We're proposing and planning for a position by negotiating with the union, yet we're not proposing and planning for said position in our actual budget documentation. Doesn't make sense. And some of the other structural changes require, potentially require overlap. Like, I don't know. And additionally, this is a position that you stated, Joanne, that was not even requested by the person who would be managing this.
Yeah, the finance director actually stated that he did not want this position and we didn't need it. So I would like to move that the SVCA board rescind the organizational changes approved on May 23rd, 2024, and direct the finance director to transfer the unused $45,000 back to UDR within 5 business days.
Second.
Discussion?
I also find it to be inappropriate to have an outgoing general manager planning all these organizational changes when we have a new general manager being recruited at the moment. I think that work should be left for that general manager.
Take a vote on moving the funds back. UDR.
Perhaps it would be best if you could restate your motion, Sonia.
Move that the SBCA board rescind the organizational changes approved on May 23rd, 2024, and direct the finance director to transfer the unused $45,000 back to UDR within 5 business days.
All right, so the motion on there is that the motion for the board to rescind their org chart that we voted on and then remove the money funding. We had a second on the motion. Who made that motion?
I made the motion. AJ
AJ.
seconded.
All right, we'll put that to vote. All in favor? All opposed?
Ray voted in favor.
The thing that I have a question, I wish we would have had discussion. I wish you would have divided that. That org chart needs to exist. The prior org chart was so out of date. And it has to do with changes that were done to realign new things. It had to do with our golf director leaving. So we changed the way golf operates now. And it's like, I asked for that because I think with a new general manager coming on, looking at a completely defunct org chart would not benefit that person at all.
Yeah, so I don't
Okay, hold on.
disagree with
Wait.
that. I just want to comment. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying rescind the one that because the one that we agreed to also moves the chief of staff. It's creating a new director of recreation. That is a new position. There is a lot of movement that goes on in that. If we rescind this, then she can bring it back and it can accurately reflect the budget. That's what I'm saying. This right now, this org chart does not reflect the 2025 budget.
Okay, the vote was taken. The motion failed 5-3.
I do have a,
Stu?
no, first.
Stu?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I would support breaking that motion into 2 parts and voting on them separately. I think it's important to have an org chart that is standing and kind of reflects the current status of the golf and rec center and stuff like that, but I don't think we really need to have the money moved out of UDR. I think we could put it back into UDR. There's no reason why it needed to be moved until the position's there.
So do you want to just make a new motion? Or Linda?
We'll let Lori had her hand up. She can make a comment. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we move the money back into UDR that was moved to fill the position that was in the org chart that can't be filled right now.
45,000.
Second.
What did you say about the org chart?
It's a separate discussion.
Just gonna do the 45 back UDR. That's all Stu is focusing on right now. Correct?
That's correct. Till the position's filled.
By the way, that 45,000 hasn't gone anywhere. It's literally just on paper is what it is. It's like,
But UDR back.
yeah, like you'll see it in the UN financial statements. It's just an obligated amount in like the UDR reporting page. So, but the money is like, I haven't taken 45,000 out of the UDR account, put it into the operations account. That has not happened.
Thank you, Joel, but I mean, it really comes down to optics, what it looks like to the community.
So Joel, would you prefer it to be set in a way that it's just like you account for it back into UDR as opposed to as saying move it back into UDR?
Well, you could just say to remove it as an obligation for UDR. Yeah. Yeah. And then in the July statements, or actually at this point in the August statements, that obligation would just drop off and then, and so the available amount of UDR goes up by that same amount.
Say that.
Point in the motion.
No, we still have to vote for it, but just repeat whatever it was Joel just said.
We already have the motion by Stu, was move the 45,000 back to UDR until the position's filled.
Here,
Or I guess you could just say to de-obligate that amount of UDR.
De-obligate, yeah.
that just, I call it, so the money didn't physically go from like, it's not like we took it from a savings account and put it into a checking account. It didn't change where it's at.
Right.
Just on the piece of paper where we keep the spreadsheet of obligated funds, it's just earmarked. So it's like if you're doing your home budget and you're saying, okay, well, I've got this money in here and it's earmarked for vacation next year. You're not actually doing it or using it. It's just, you know, for next year, I want to keep this money kind of on top of, you know, obligated for next year. So we're not moving any funds. What we would be doing is we would be unobligating the funds from being earmarked for an accounting manager position.
Right. The point is, Lori, is that when the community looks at the budget, they see that UDR has gone down and the other category has gone up. So if we just
So
de-obligate that, it
yeah,
looks
it's
like
just,
it's right.
it's not actually, it's just unobligating it.
So
We're
s-
not moving it.
So the motion on the table is to de-obligate the $45,000 that were approved for the accounting manager position until the position can be filled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or I guess until the board makes another motion to
Yeah.
re-obligate it. Meaning like it's de-obligated until the board makes another motion to re-obligate it, you know, like.
So don't
right,
say
we're
the
gonna-
last half of it is what he's saying, just to say, move to deobligate it and
Yeah,
don't say.
Yeah, just leave it like that. You can
Oh, okay. All right, so, so this is very confusing. So now the motion, Stu, I'll put the words in your mouth.
You
So
can
we're
put
just gonna
words.
de-obligate $45,000 from the accounting manager position.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. That's your motion, Stu.
That's my motion. Thanks for reading it for me, Keith.
And I second it so we can vote on it.
Ray, you seconded? Okay, all in favor? That is unanimous. Correct? Yes. All right, very good. Thank you for. that
Thanks,
more
Stu.
confusing-
Yes, so, if you wanted to, you could make it effective in June and then you'll never see the line item show up. Like on the financial statements that are literally going to come out on Monday, like if you wanted to do that, like in your motion.
Then you almost would need to resend that original motion to put the money in there. Then it's rescinded, and if you do it now,
Meaning, because like, I mean, just to warn you, like how it stands right now in June, it's going to pop up. And people could say, hey, I thought this was de-obligated, you know, but since this motion was in August, you know, you'll have to stay there until in August it disappears.
make any difference.
Okay.
I have a question that I wanted to ask.
Linda?
you. So the salaries, that whole section on salaries, the benefits, the salaries and everything else, that includes any of the 3% that was increased by the CBA.
Right,
Also, it has all of the exempt staff in there,
that's right.
but it doesn't have the accounting manager because it doesn't exist yet,
That's right.
correct?
Yeah, that's not in the budgets. Yeah. So what's in the budget right now for salaries is just the current staffing structure right now. As though like that organizational chart never happened. It's just what it is right now.
So do we need to have a motion to rescind the organizational changes on that chart, and then the GM can bring it back with the, what are you thinking?
If
I
you
would-
rescind that, if you rescind the approval of the changes, then I have no basis on which to discuss those changes with the Teamsters.
And I don't believe that the changes were even discussed in open session. That
We came out and voted on them. I actually got I quoted it
Right.
because I went into the video and took the
we
actual
shouldn't just,
transcript.
we voted to give Joanne authorization.
It said we
to-
voted for the organizational
but we
changes
shouldn't be
proposed by the GM.
mentioning what they are and that it's a change because there's a chance that staff hasn't, you know, it makes, it's just a personnel issue that we shouldn't be discussing changes regarding staff in open
But
session.
that's my point. We voted for an organizational chart and we can't hide that from the membership. We have to provide an organizational chart. If we voted for it, we have to give it to them. So it's one thing that we could potentially say, this is a proposed draft and she could work off of that. And then we rescind it and work off the actual one. Reflects the 2025 budget. But like what happens if a community member walks in and asks for the org chart?
No. we can't.
The organizational chart has not been published because it has not been approved by the union.
Many of the positions that are in that organizational chart are union members. They're not just directors and that sort of stuff. They're people that are covered by that. Until the union gives us a green light, we can't do anything. It was basically a proposed thing. Joanne has no way of knowing until she reaches out to the union, when will they meet with her? Because the old chart that was out there is so inaccurate, it's frightening.
I can't hear. We gotta move on. Are we good?
Okay.
All right.
So can I just say something, one more thing about the budget? So, and then I'll quit. So those are the key, the big issues that needed discussion. There are some items on there that aren't accurate, but for the sake of time and, you know, us moving through, is this something that like I can email and then we'll talk about it at the next board meeting? Or I know we can't discuss it in board email, but
Yeah, if you think there's numbers that are inaccurate, please send them on to, Joel. Send them on to Joel and he'll take a look at it.
it's not actually in the budget. It's like in the statement. It's like, for instance, it says between 2020 and 2025, annual dues for a developed lot increased 8.3%. From 144 to.
Okay, so you have questions on.
Yes,
budget
that's not
presentation.
accurate, right, yeah, it's not accurate.
Just go ahead and send.
Yeah, send those,
Send those in.
Well,
Send them over to Joel.
Can't discuss it.
Actually, I should say too, that a saving 8.3%, so that's ignoring any classification of dues. That's just looking at
Right,
what people paid, yeah, exactly, in 2020.
but it's a misleading statement, and that's what I'm concerned about, right? Because it's actually, it gives the impression that dues didn't increase, when in fact they increased almost 18%, not 8 point whatever, because annual dues, you know, because there was a special assessment involved in there. So we did a full 7% increase when that special assessment, ended. So we're talking, and the other thing is, now I won't get way off into it. I'll send it. And then what we could do is maybe, I guess, at the next board meeting, discuss the points, but it also talks about between 2020 and 2024, the effects of inflation, and it compares a cumulative price increase of 21.4%. That appears to be a CPI number, a cumulative CPI number from what I can tell. We would not that's the wrong index to use to calculate that. We would be using a final PPI, or we would take the actual final and make that determination, because we're not actually we're not doing consumer products. We're not doing clothing and housing and food. So they're just, it's kind of misleading and the numbers don't match up. And it's things like that. It's not actually in the budget itself. So that's why I thought I could just send it via email. If that works for everybody.
Well, for the sake of transparency, it's probably better to do that in the discussion that is described as a budget discussion, inclusive of the presentation, than to handle it in board email.
Do you want me to just run through them real quick then?
So
Sorry.
I think I see what you're saying is you're saying that it's not actually 8.3% because it takes, it's also considering the special assessment added in there.
Yeah,
You would like the dues without this, you would like those numbers presented as dues only without the special assessment being considered.
or at least
Or we could
explaining
say
it.
dues and assessments. We could say it like.
Right,
We
I-
either
Just listen to numerous people sit here and espouse about how words matter. Like,
So this is my,
as dues and special assessments are
That's
defined in our
why-
bylaws.
That's why I simply was asking Sonia, so we should either, if it's including dues and special assessments, that we should include the word dues and special assessments, or combined dues and special assessments. If we're only going to use the dues without special assessments, we need to calculate the dues increase of, with excluding the special assessment. Is that what you were saying?
right, and I think most of these points are probably, it is just
I think-
wordsmithing, and I don't really think there's gonna be a lot of like,
I don't-
arguing about, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of figuring out how it should be
I don't think
presented.
Joel had
and-
any intention to try to
Um,
deceive anyone with his words, so I don't think we have a problem with adding,
No.
Yeah.
no.
Sonia, if I'm not mistaken, there are years with our dues that the dues were reduced and then the special assessment was put in place. So the number for dues is accurate because it was reduced. They were
It was re-
reduced to support the increase, the 3% every year in the special assessment.
Yeah, it was, that's
I
correct.
think that's even in the documents, in our voting documents, in our packets.
Right, but if you take, if you start at the 2020, which is where this number just randomly said 2020, so it said 2020 monthly dues. It said 2020 monthly due, or dues were 144.31. Our bylaws does definitely distinguish between dues and special assessments. So our dues were 133.20 in 2020, and the special assessment at that point was 11.11. Yeah, and so that's what I mean, like, so that's kind of,
Yeah, the calculation was made on the total out of pocket. So that statement is correct when you consider the total out of pocket expense, which is inclusive of both dues and the special assessment. So we can definitely change the wording to make it more clear.
okay. And then also yeah, I'm not quite sure, but it talks about the rate of inflation, and the reason that concerns me is, again, I don't think we're using the right indexes. But additionally, a lot of our members don't understand that we actually calculate and forecast for inflation. So our reserves and our 10-year capital plan have a 4% increase already in there. If you're taking the PPI or the what inflation rate is right now for constructions and goods and services, it's about 2.7% right now. So that 4% that we put in there is actually over. And the 10-year average currently, I believe, was at 3.7%, even considering, you know, the high inflation that we've been dealing with. So that is calculated in there. We build that in there. And the other thing is that when Joel is doing his forecasting, like for fuel and utilities and everything, again, there's predictors that you can look up that will tell you, you know, this is what we're anticipating. PSC, you know, did an announcement that they're going to they've asked for a rate increase, right? And so there's things like that when he's figuring what the increases are, so they are built into the budget. And so I'm just concerned because it almost implies that we did not look at inflation or build that into the budget since 2020.
Would you prefer that statement starting between 2020 and 2024, the effects of inflation produce a cumulative price increase of 21.4%? Would you like that removed from the presentation?
Either that, or Joel could even do a paragraph explaining how inflation is accounted for in the budget. Would you be comfortable doing that?
I would like to point out that our actual experience with the capital plan, the budget, is that most projects are coming in significantly over what had been predicted, which would argue that the 4% is not adequate to account for the rising costs in those categories. That's just, I mean, nothing that you've said is incorrect. I agree with what you're saying, basically, but our practical experience is a little bit different. So that needs to be taken into account as well.
AJ?
The practical experience, though, and most of these projects have been delayed and put off for so long that the conditions have deteriorated. Take the tennis courts, for example. That go for so long that gaping cracks in the asphalt are forming, you know, to the point where you have to basically rebuild the whole subgrade through that area and stuff. You know, so as we get back on track with these capital projects, which has been happening, some of them are, this barn is another example, left neglected. In 2017 or 18, the finance committee made a vote not put funds into this barn. It's on record. Like, this is the ramifications of those decisions. It's just a reality. I also think, you know, if we want to include this statement and you want to pick the arbitrary, just 5 years, well, we go back 10 years and see where dues are compared to inflation. Because when I moved here in 2017, dues were $68 a month, and now they're where they're at, over $14 million being inserted into our reserve studies that we then pulled out of there because it was, like Sonia said, for buildings, and it wasn't for the replacement of the components of these things and the maintenance of them. So I just think there's a lot of context that goes into this. There's a lot of things that get said. I don't see a lot of evidence of certain things. We get words said to us, like from the GM report. It's very encouraging that administration has received fewer complaints overall about construction issues. We have no data to support any of that. Like, statements like these get made constantly, like with no actual data for us as the board or the community to look at to support these positions. I just think, you know, and some of this stuff, like, I'd like to understand how salaries in our admin department can only go up 3%. We just got done having a conversation about how we were possibly going to potentially pay our general manager $50,000 more a year than what we currently are. So we're not budgeting for any of this stuff in our, we're setting our next general manager up with a operational budget that's like, he's going to have to dance with it. Like, or he or she, sorry. Like,
So I can appreciate the fact that in delaying projects, approval of projects increases the cost because inflation over time. I've come to the conclusion, right or wrong, that if we'd had more money as an association 4, 5, 6 years ago, we maybe could have undertaken those projects in a timely manner. And I think that's one of my thought processes about having small incremental increases in dues and capital funding will help us keep up. And so we don't have to take down barns and lose other facilities, equity.
I agree with you, Rick, and it's a failure of those past boards to convince the community to support the community. That shows how toxic it actually was back then. That tells you, it shows you how much has had to become overcome to get to the point where we're sitting right here today. Like,
Linda?
Until WACOA happened, our measures were always, the board would appropriately budget for things, but our dues and our budgets were two different votes. And the membership opted to say, I don't want to spend the money. So you have the membership that causes it to fail.
Yeah, blame the membership, not the
You're
board.
saying-
Board should be able to put things in front of the membership that they can support. It shouldn't be that complicated, Linda. All these years of fighting and bickering.
I
It was the
agree with
good,
you,
it was the good old boys. I could sit up here for, hey, sir. I could sit up here for this dude's 360 minutes and talk about the shit that I have had to deal with in the last 4 years when I was president of this board. And it's not the membership's fault. It's the board's fault for not putting proposals in front of them that they could support. They conflated them, they confused them, it was unclear, it was missing information. I remember.
Like the Welcome Center
I
proposal you put
remember the
forward?
town hall meeting for the revitalization plan. I went there, I got up there, I asked some questions, and instead of getting answers, I got Mitch Waterman telling me, hey, come to my office and I'll talk to you about it there. It's like, no, I want to talk about it here in front of everybody. I don't care what you have to say in your office.
So I would just like to point out, by the way, that this is a board and the Welcome Center was a board vote. And so it was a majority vote of the board. We were directed by the association attorney and we worked hand in hand also with the finance director. And he's the one that provided all the guidance of how to handle that. And so it was a board vote. So it's kind of inappropriate for you to bring that up. Like
It
as
was
if
also a
something
board
wrong.
vote to approve the marina fee increases.
And it was an advisory vote of the membership.
Okay, so we don't need to talk about the Welcome Center. We don't need to talk about the marina fee increase. Those are in the past. Just like AJ said, it's the board, maybe past boards didn't convince or properly just show the membership why certain dues amounts were needed. But as a board this time, why don't we do that? Could you please stop interrupting? That is very rude. I don't even know you. So, but anyway, if we have problems with the budgets, if Sonia doesn't know how numbers are justified, if there's a wording issue that might be confusing to the membership, because we have to remember that we're the board and we are seeing this regularly. The association members are only going to see it when we present it the one time. They're not going to have time to discuss it and know what went on behind it. So if anyone sees any wording in this presentation that might be even a little bit confusing to our members, I don't care if we have to do it down to remember those books, Docs for Dummies and stuff, where anybody could pick it up and anyone could read it. That's where these need to be. We need to be able to, and I wasn't calling anybody in our membership a dummy, it's just the title of the book, that we need to be so clear with our presentation that maybe there's a clarifying question here or there, but for the majority, even if they don't attend the meeting, they're going to be able to see our presentation and the slide deck online, read it and understand it. So if anyone on the board has any question about, is this clear? Could it be made clear? Let's do it now instead of, the midnight of the 16th. So I appreciate your comments, Sonia. I really do. And I do, AJ, appreciate that we are understanding that as a board, we need to come together. And I lived here when dues were $40 a month. And I remember the times when you had a vote on the dues and you had a vote on the board, on the budget, and how a budget could be approved that didn't match the income of the dues. I don't know. It happened for years. Excuse me. You don't know what I did or didn't do before I moved here. No. Way back in 2004, you didn't have to have dues tied to the budget. There were two separate votes. So the budget could pass and the dues increase could fail. Therefore, the income in the budget didn't match. That wasn't me, sir. It has changed. Fairly recently.
Okay. Rob,
let's just get this done. Let's not bring up the past. Let's just get what we need to get done here. Any more? Sonia, you have a?
I do, and this one actually is for Joe.
We got
Oh,
Rob
go
over
ahead.
here.
I'm
Right,
sorry.
Rob is, but I interrupted Rob
was-
and I
I was
apologize,
just
Rob.
leading into a process check. It's like, we've been on this, particular topic for a long time. We're talking about stuff from years and years ago. I got my war stories too. But I think what we really need to do is lean into the future. I totally agree with what AJ's saying. We need to make, and Lori too, to make it palatable for people to understand. So I'd like for us to stay on point with this conversation about the budget. If there's problems with line items, let's make a suggestion. But we got a ballot that it needs to be getting back to Unilect, you guys. And as Linda used to say, we need to stay on task to our budget calendar.
Thank you, Rob.
So.
Sonia, one last time. and
Yeah,
move on.
so, there's the trail plan, the board voted for that, whatever it was, 70-something thousand dollars for the trail plan. We didn't take a vote to rescind that. It's not in the budget. It's not showing as a line item in the budget, but we approved that.
Under maintenance, isn't it?
So we have to deal with it one way or the other.
So that it was 70-something thousand dollars. and
Remember with the dollar.
We voted to,
Move forward with that. It's a trail study to help.
no, I
determine-
think we voted to
ahead.
get rid of it.
AJ, when you were doing the advisory votes, wanted to do one on this trail plan before it was developed and brought very far forward. Put one before the membership of if we do this $70,000 for this plan, are you willing to have your dues increased to support doing and creating and doing the construction on the trails? And it just never got to fruition.
Because the board.
The board voted to obligate the fund.
Yeah, we just voted.
I'll look it up, and then bring it back.
Stu-
That's something
Stu
we
is
can just
actually-
look up.
Stu was on the board. We just voted to go ahead forward because the community wanted it. And so we didn't do it as an advisory vote. So we could bring it back for discussion. I'm throwing it out there.
Okay, we're moving on to 7B, review and approval of proposed bylaw amendments.
So are we bringing that
Are
back?
we discussing this more at the next meeting or?
Budget, yeah.
And appreciate if anything like you want to put in ahead of time, it would save us time at the meeting if we could maybe have the answers ready. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe if you could have your questions or whatever sent ahead of time, we could have the answers for you. We could read the questions and then the answers. It might save time and we're not sitting here for hours.
Well, as it relates to like the whole conversation with the org chart and stuff, I think an explanation is needed for numerous departments on how these salary numbers derive, particularly admin. $3,000 increase does not seem sufficient. Cover 3% wage increases to all union employees. Plus we have more admin staff than we've ever had before. And we're potentially paying our general manager another $50,000. We have to potentially budget for that somewhere.
So I think we also have to remember that in the 2024 budget, the increases in back pay, that weren't in the 2024 budget originally, actually paid out in 2024. That weren't budgeted for. That might be why you're just not seeing that much of an increase between 2024 and 2025.
This is again, you're just talking to me. There's no actual evidence to support what you're saying. Like you
Okay. Yeah,
So AJ, are you saying you would like to see maybe not published to everyone, but you would like to see what positions make up that dollar amount?
Well, it's not hidden information, so I don't see why it can't be given
just
to
not-
anybody.
It's just not normally published in our budget.
So what he's saying, Joel, is like on the admin budget, the increase isn't enough to cover the additional admin staff and the $200,000 salary for the GM. So you're saying it's not in there, correct?
Well, what's in the budget for the GM is Joanne's current salary increased by 3%. And in terms of like, all the other admin staff is there, the front desk, that position is budgeted in rec, so, but all the positions that we have are in this budget.
Well, we did have some back pay at 3%.
All right, Linda, you ready?
That's what.
Moving on,
Mhm.
review and approval of proposed bylaw amendments.
We've all read these, or at least most of us have. I have incorporated, AJ, you said that you'd like to have long-term leasing and STRs a little bit better defined. I have done that. The short-term rentals, they're basically left. What the rules are also, rather than referring to specific laws, that sort of thing, we simply put under Washington law, and that any of the STRs that are in here, because I'm assuming the county is going to come forward. The county council has asked them to develop fees and a way to control STRs and know when they exist. All I'm asking is that under Washington law and shall meet all federal, county, and state regulations applicable. I'm not going to make them do anything else. We currently have the availability in our bylaws for anyone who rents or leases their property are to furnish us with the information on that tenant. I can't think of one STR in here that has ever submitted that on any of their rentals. And this gives us an opportunity to have them register, which is something that we do because of the nature isn't like a long-term lease. And the attorney has said we can't outlaw them in the watershed until if the county follows the city of Bellingham and says no STRs in the watershed, then we have no other choice. It's law. And all I'm saying is I think we really need to get behind, they're currently only a required conditional use that the county has acknowledged since 2023. And we've taken some of the language out of there. I just think it's time that rather than us waiting another whole year, then we're just further behind. You've had people come here and explain how people that have STRs don't follow rules. And it's like, is it not all of them? No, I'm asking that they just simply register with the association. If they are found to not register, substantial fine, but that's going to be the same for anyone that has a long-term leased tenant. It's not treating them any different than anyone else. You know, it's something that's going to be voted on by the membership. We're just voting to put it on the ballot and everybody can vote how they want. It's more than just a simple majority. It's a 2/3 vote of those voting. So it'll be up to the membership if they want to see a limit put on STRs or if they want them to just continue to grow in the association to where people are buying their homes out here strictly for that, not to live in them at all. So that's why I put it forward. AJ and several people asked me, I submitted a package of stuff, including the attorney's opinion, and I've not proposed anything more than the attorney's opinion that we can ask them to register with us and be accounted for.
Thank you. We got two in front of you. Go ahead, Lori.
Just a quick comment. I see that you added required to meet all federal, county, and state regulations applicable, blah, blah, blah. So, thought we were going to take out any language that says currently STRs are required conditional use in the valley. All owners providing such lodging shall produce a conditional use permit. That we decided to just stay with the laws because that's covered within the laws. And there's currently no way to enforce it because we don't have any county regulations that are being enforced. But we would have, if we left that in currently, really in a bylaw, it shouldn't state what current conditions are. It should state what we want here going.
Yeah.
I don't think the county, it's a county, you knew that this last time, that the county's issuing permits?
I don't work for that department, but
I thought you said.
my understanding from talking to someone that the county has not issued a conditional use permit yet for an STR in the watershed. But I don't know that they have their whole structure in place to even review or accept permits yet or not, so.
But
I
it's a
don't-
current law that's been in effect since 2023.
Right, Sonia?
Yes, but you don't have to have a conditional use permit. There are other ways to have an allowed STR. If you were operating an STR prior to 2023's ordinance being passed, you can get a non-conforming use permit, which is not a conditional use permit. It's a non-conforming use permit. Words matter, like, so,
I thought anything going forward, they were gonna require a conditional use permit.
yes.
And there's been
There's
no
still
mention of,
people that can get, this would preclude people who are grandfathered that can get the non-conforming use permit from having them,
Right.
technically. So I do agree. I think that should be struck out. I
but there's
disagree
nothing.
that this limits STRs in any way. I don't see it doing that. All it requires them to do is just register. That's not really a limitation in any way. So I think that statement's incredibly misleading. I do not really support moving forward with this amendment at this time. I agree with the person who sent us an email today that we should form an ad hoc committee. I think people who oppose STRs and people who have them, we need a committee that comes together that brings those people, that also looks at the laws, which are changing regularly, and court decisions are also happening regularly, changing these laws through the common law books. And so I think a greater analysis needs to be done that's open and transparent to the community, because I don't think that's happened. And I said that the first meeting that everyone came here, you know, I sat here and said, like, we need to be clear about what we're trying to do here, and we haven't been, so that these people know what the actual intentions are, because you're saying now we're limiting them, but that's not really what's happening. It's just a registration process. It doesn't limit anyone from having an STR in any way, shape, or
I
form.
don't know, you can limit them. The idea is if our legal.
That may or may not be true. That's why I think a committee needs to be formed,
Okay.
I think.
The idea is, as legal counsel has said, that we can't stop STRs from happening here. STRs cost this community money. They cost the association money. We get security calls, you know, more frequent. We get customer complaints, you know, neighbor complaints and things like that. Excuse me, I mean customers. And so if we have to have them here, we have to come up with a way, just like the city's doing, of trying to register them, trying to find out who they are, and then charging a permit fee for them. If they're going to be in Sudden Valley then they also use our amenities, right? So these are STR people coming here, right? Like it's a hotel or something. And we got to figure out a way to get control of that. We can't just say we're going to ban them, because according to legal, that's not going to work for us. We're going to be in trouble. So we got to figure out a way to do this.
So,
Sonia?
so I think what we're seeing, and I'm actually also agreeing with that letter, because of the fact that it's saying, it's basically asking us, the community members are asking us to slow this down, because there's a lot of legal stuff that's still occurring, like with the county, even you know, like Linda was quoting the RCW 6438. Well, you know, that's going to be completely gone soon. And so, you know, I don't really actually know how that impacts this particular thing. But then there's all these nuances in there where, like you say, the attorney is saying, and there's there's actually a new law that says we cannot even limit the occupancy of these buildings anymore.
And that's coming out of this. This has
Yeah.
been deleted from the measure.
Right, but the reality is that they're unenforceable anyway because, you know, the law supersedes the bylaws. So we could, I guess, to me, I don't know why we wouldn't go ahead and move forward with a good policy for this, where we're doing the fees and the fines and stuff and bill. It still accomplishes what you're concerned about, but we're not locking it into our governing document. It's easier to change when the law changes and when potentially there's more input on that.
That's all it says, is that they meet federal, state, and local regulations. You're right, whatever they are. If they change, they change, and then it's not specified in just one particular law, and that's why it's been changed as much as it has.
Okay, Lori?
So
No,
I think that a bylaw measure is important for two reasons. First of all, under long-term leasing, we did remove a part that we know is not maybe even legal or enforceable. So that's important for the long-term leasing. Also, when this bylaw they were written, short-term rentals really weren't a thing, and they're pretty prominent now. And they're not a long-term leasing, so we're not even addressing it at all. So even if at a minimum, we need to define in our bylaws what a short-term rental is and what the minimum requirements are. I mean, it is different than long-term leasing. We do need to have the owner or contact person who's local in case there is a problem, house on fire, whatever. We need to know who to contact. So having that, this does not keep us from instituting any fees or registry. It's just simply defining what a short-term rental is. And that's why I really would like to see whatever's currently enforced with the county, because that really doesn't, I mean, our bylaw is what we are doing. So just defining what the short-term rental is, and then what the minimum that they are required, just as any owner is. Every owner is required to abide by the county, state, and federal law. So short-term rentals also need, so it's just restating the obvious, but it's good to restate it. And then it's also just saying that they need to they don't need to go to the full extent as a long-term lease by providing us with every single occupant on a nightly basis, but just that they need to be, a member in good standing. Which is everyone. They can't assign the membership privileges, which is very different from a long-term lease. They are able to assign that. This is letting them know that that the use of our facilities do not come along with the rental. So I think it's important that we have a bylaw that just minimally addresses short-term rentals. If we don't want to go too far, we just need to do the minimum so that we've at least established that they're a thing.
Thank you, Lori. Rick?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with what Dr. Robinson has just stated. And I think it is important, not only did our legal counsel advise us that we really can't limit STRs under current legislation and laws within the state and the county. That may change. And so I think the very general verbiage and keeping things in line with state, federal, and local laws is appropriate. The other big hue and cry that we've heard from our members and owners is, our hands are kind of tied in terms of limiting STRs, but in terms of managing it, the rowdiness or the unruliness, if we have registrations, we'll have a better idea of who, and then, the point was well made. If a resident is being rowdy, they need to be disciplined as well. But I think having a registration, having that contact information is very important. And I would suggest a minor edit of the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth, starting with the fifth line on the second page, to include a third party person if they are managing the rental, so that it would read, owners of an STR shall be required to furnish information to the association with the address of the property and the contact information for the owner and other third party if arranging for the short-term rental. Just so that we have both the owner's contact and if it's a third party. If arranging for the short-term rental.
Party man, there's lots, there are people that's already been discussed. There's people that are managing STRs out here for people. There are managers that are actively doing that.
I know, that's what I'm referring to as a third party, right? Yeah. And I did a little other digging around on STRs and, what I found is it's very confusing because there's so many layers of bureaucracy involved. But there was one area under, I think it was, RCW 64.37.030 under consumer safety that stated some sort of maximum capacity. So that will fall under the state and county, all that kind of stuff, but we ought to be paying attention to that. There's another reference to how many parking places per sleeping room and those types of things. So we need to get more knowledgeable about that. I think AJ's idea of maybe having a committee going forward to take a look at some of these other details that we can maybe incorporate into policy rather than bylaws.
Well, if there are no other comments, can I call the question and get a vote?
I don't even think a motion was made,
Okay.
but
Move that the Board of Directors approve bylaw measure number 2, bylaw amendment to revise section 7, leasing.
Seconding.
no.
Second.
So this is just a recommendation of the board to the general meeting. We aren't
Yes, to
approving it.
put it on the ballot for
Right.
for a vote of the membership.
Right.
It'll be the membership that decides.
In the motion, Linda, could you please clarify what, if any, changes are being made to what printed copy in the final?
Kind of shows it here. It's the detailed changes. If it's underlined and then that's
But-
added.
But you're going to add, owners of a short-term rental shall be required to supply information, the association with the address of the property and any third-party contact information for said party? Free?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
AJ?
How many people in the audience right now who are here feel like they understand what is happening with this right now? Like they feel like they totally understand what they're going to be voting on, how this affects them. You just got done, Rick, saying how what you were looking at was really confusing. And then we just got done talking before that during the budget about how we need to be crystal clear about stuff. So I hope that you vote to not pass this bylaw based on the statements that you made and push it forward to the membership, because I think it's completely unclear to pretty much everybody what the ramifications of this are. The community needs to see like the attorney's opinion. I think a committee, we need to bring in input on this. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, again, make it make sense.
It makes sense. Under the bylaws, we already have.
And
The
just so you all know,
Linda?
this is actually enshrining STRs in the governing documents, not limiting them. So regardless of your position on STRs or not, that's what this is doing. It's actually putting them in the bylaws, making them acceptable. And if you read Richard's memo, he does talk about the intent of the original drafters of our governing documents and how the courts look at that. And they have a whole process and how they look at that. So like just striking out language, and that's something that that person who sent us an incredibly long email today said, and she even talked about that. So she clearly understands. I wouldn't be surprised if she's in a legal background of some sort like that. She was explaining how like amending language is better than adding or striking things entirely and looking at that original intent and trying to work through that. So
If we were working with original intent, when our bylaws and our governing documents were written, STRs would be illegal in here. because there wasn't such an animal. It was only
Not
people buying
fine.
their
It
homes
wouldn't-
in here.
Are you a lawyer? Are you giving us legal advice here on this board, Linda?
I'm
Playing a
telling
lawyer
you,
on TV again?
read what Richard said about the legal opinions.
Our original documents right now say, does it say long-term leasing or does it just say leasing? In our,
Says leasing.
okay, so I was just asking, as that,
It's considered residential,
The state.
but
Hang on, we'll,
Because it
actually,
needs to be explained to the community. That's what needs to happen. That's why you don't understand it. Like, get the lawyer here, have him explain it to the community if that's what needs to happen, like.
we can do that. We can do that. That costs money, but we can have the legal come here and
And form a committee to dive into it, like.
we've had these conversations with them. I've had in-depth conversations on it, believe me, it's troubling issue for everyone I know.
So we're required to follow Robert's Rules of Order. As a board, you guys are required to follow Robert's Rules of Order for these meetings. The attendees are given a specific time. Our homeowners are given a specific time in which they can participate in the meeting. Outside of that, they're not supposed to participate in these discussions. That's my understanding. So I think that we need to, our motion was made and I believe it was seconded. So then a vote needs to be taken. And
What
so I don't-
discussion can happen? That's Robert's rules.
you got to open it up for discussion again after it, because you didn't make a motion the first time. You just let everybody start discussing it. So technically, you open it again. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, so the motion on the table.
No, I move that the bylaw measure number 2, the bylaw to amend to revise section 7 leasing be placed on the AGM ballot for a vote of the membership.
Okay, all in favor?
You need me, all right.
Right?
All in favor? Opposed? One in favor? How many abstaining?
Gonna abstain. 3 abstain?
What does that do? Did it pass or did it
No.
not pass?
No, it failed.
Oh, so,
Yeah, it'll come, well, we still need to, obviously.
yeah, we still need to deal with that. So we'll just,
Why? If it fails, it
Go ahead,
fails.
Rob.
We're done.
because we still need to address it, whether it's through
I agree with Sonia.
policy or creating a committee.
We need to do the ad hoc committee. I think that's a great idea.
That's
because
exactly what I was going to do.
Oh, yeah, this is
I
a
think I have
serious
the
topic.
floor. I move that a ad hoc committee be formed to explore the STR issue with specific deliverables, report back to the board. I don't know what period of time you guys choose.
So in the past, we have
Nothing's gonna
required
happen
that a
after this
charter
goes
be
into
brought
law now.
forward.
It
Go ahead,
won't
let
happen until next year.
Joanne, go ahead.
So in the past, we've,
That's my motion, guys.
well, what I'm saying is in the past, we've required that a charter be brought forward before a committee can be formed. I believe we had that discussion around the safety committee.
Can we just do a friendly amendment to have the president bring back a resolution?
I would amend that. Thank you, AJ.
Want to restate your motion then?
I move that an ad hoc committee be formed to explore the STR issue within Sudden Valley. and the president would come back with a resolution for the board to consider
Charter.
with a charter. Charter resolution. Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Who did?
I beat him
Two.
You need one of them.
All in favor?
Just, I think it's been discussed to death. It's just, you're just making the membership wait another year, possibly longer. Even deal with the fact that they're growing like weeds in here, and they're turning into weeds in our community.
This doesn't stop them. Enforcement can still happen of STRs regardless of this bylaw amendment. They still require to follow all the same noise ordinances and stuff that all of us that live here do. So, and those owners can get fined, and I guarantee if those owners accrue enough fines, they will do something about it.
And the fines for, there could be fines for short-term rental that are different than fines for regular owners, like, you know, if a short-term rental, if you're not occupying your house and it's a short-term rental and an infraction happens, that the fine could be more. And I think that's something that we haven't even addressed in our fine and fee schedule yet.
I think that would be a good bullet point for the ad hoc committee to address that, what you just mentioned.
But if they're not registered, how do we know which ones are SDRs and which are long-term rentals?
That's easy. We have Airbnb, VRBO, Expedia, Neighbors. You know, we could do a
yes.
hotline. I
Neighbors
don't know. I
will.
think if you look at Facebook, you can come up with at least, 100.
But does it even matter? They can all be fined the exact
Yeah.
same way under the rules we currently have. So they're not any different from an enforcement standpoint.
Yeah, fine. so-
It's literally
Other
just
than the
like
using of-
having a database of where they are, only like, the only thing it does is it expedites staff reaction time to those spots and the knowledge that that's what security may about to roll up on. You know, but it still doesn't change the fact that security has to do the same job when they get there, regardless if they know that information or not, like.
But that's also something that could be discussed in that ad hoc committee, that they could, again, potentially come back with whatever it is, the recommendation about your concerns, so I think all that has to be considered when there's a committee.
And moving on to measure 3. Linda?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to have the board approve Measure 3, the bylaw amendment to amend election and terms of office. The only part and the part that the detailed changes is that Article 3, Section 4.3, election and terms of office, directors shall be elected and hold office as follows. Section A remains the same. Section B is what is changed, and it should be changed to say only, the term of office of each director shall be 3 years.
Second.
However, a director who has been appointed to fill a vacancy shall serve until the conclusion of the following annual general meeting. And it's just, all it is somehow in our bylaws, it says that a person that's appointed fills the complete unfulfilled term, fills the vacancy. We've always stopped it at the general meeting and then elected someone new. That's all that this does, is change it to make it so that it's with our process.
That it's clear that
Yes,
at the
that it's not
AGM,
that
that
that person's
yeah.
going to continue on, but that it will, the new people will be elected by the membership rather than somebody just sitting on the board for another part of a year.
Rob seconded your motion. Oh, yeah.
I thought she was done, sorry.
Yeah.
I seconded.
Any additional comments, questions? All right, we have the motion and we have a seconded motion.
Did make my motion.
All in favor? Okay, moving on to item number 8, new business. Voter ballot instructions and election materials, outer envelope design.
So this,
Joanne?
yeah, this topic is covered in a memo that was not in the packet. I brought it in print for directors to look at today. The purpose of this request is to get approval for proposed envelope designs for the election packet. On May 9th, the Board of Directors approved the 2024 contract with Unilect. This contract included the use of a color-printed window envelope to mail the election materials to members. This custom envelope has to be printed in advance of the other materials, which will be finalized in September. Additionally, this memo includes pictures of one side of security envelope and one side of the business reply envelope. I learned this afternoon, late from Unilect, that those also need to be printed in advance in order to be ready to be jet sprayed, printed on the other sides with various pieces of information. So all 3 of these envelope designs need to be approved and back to Unilect by the 16th in order for us to stay on schedule. So that's a little bit different than the memo says. But the process around the new envelope, which is this one, this is the color printed outer envelope that has a window. So this oval here would be, a cellophane window so that the address printed on the internal materials would show through. And this is a new design. And the way that this was developed is we asked AMS, which is a printing and mailing services company in Bellingham, to give us some ideas about how to make the envelope look attractive and have it stand out from other materials that were, mailed, other mail in the mailbox. And those 4 designs were reviewed by myself and by the members of the N&E committee, and this design was selected as the standout. The other designs were whiter, and they tended to look like other pieces of mail. And this one was pretty traditional, but it did stand out. So the recommendation from the N&E committee is to use this as the new envelope for the outer envelope for the election mailing in September. The other 2 designs are, they've been proofed and updated as necessary by Unilect with any permit numbers or other details. And those are the same in other respects as what was used last year. So the request is that the Board of Directors approve the attached envelope designs for the 2024 election.
All right, so I'll make the motion.
We need a motion for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna make the motion that, move that the Board of Directors approve the proposed outer carrier envelope design and the business reply envelope design and the secrecy envelope design.
Second.
Discussion?
I just have 2 questions.
Sonia?
Yeah, so this envelope will be for everybody, right? Out of country and everything, they're all exactly the same? Is that correct? Okay, and then, isn't there supposed to be a signature line on the secret ballot envelope?
I think that goes on the other side.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Any additional questions? Rob?
Just as Joanne mentioned, any committee liked this particular envelope because it would, like she said, it would stand out, but we particularly liked also in the green area on the left, it indicates everything that's in that mailing. But not only in the pink where it says important election materials, has the Sun Valley logo, it lists everything that's in there. And the idea was that, and thank you, Joanne, for this idea, was trying to come from a marketing standpoint of how can we capture people's attentions and trying to let everybody know that they have a vote, their vote matters, and it needs to be counted if they voted.
Thank you, Rob.
To answer Sonia's question, it doesn't go on the secrecy envelope. It goes on the back of the business reply mail. I'm surprised that Unielec didn't send us that. 'Cause they didn't. They sent us the front side of it, but then just the secret ballot. But on the back side of the return envelope is where you sign it.
Oh.
How they determine who's voted and that special barcode goes
Yes,
on there.
Thank you for being our expert.
Yeah.
But these are the three designs that Unilect asked for intermediate approval so they could be printed in advance. That's why these specific designs were sent.
Will you talk to them tomorrow if you could, please? And tell them that that we really should see that backside. And then whenever Rob brings the
Instructions.
backside of the mailing instructions for the booklet to us, which should be next meeting or whatever, we can look at that too to make sure that the board knows that it's there.
Yes, every piece of material will be brought to the board for approval, so it's not like, it's just that that's spray printed because it has the the barcode that they scan.
It's just nice to see it and know that it's there, because right now it's not. It's like, we're just gonna see. Normally they send something like that. They dummy something up.
So we are working really closely with their requests and the contract, it has dates that we're going to give data back to them.
Yeah.
And like Joanne said,
It'd be nice to know. I don't want us to have to do anything special, but it's just, everybody should know what that looks like. There's people sit on this board that have never, I don't know if they've really paid attention to how our envelopes come back and how they're formed. I would sure hate to put them all out and not have the barcode on the back and the individual name of the member on there.
We still have to approve the final version, so we will see that, Linda.
yep, that's right, Stu.
No, we're okay.
Okay, we're okay. All right, so the motion was that move that the Board of Directors approve the proposed outer carrier envelope design, the business reply envelope design, and the secrecy envelope design. And that motion was seconded. Linda,
I did.
all in favor? All opposed?
I'm abstaining since we
One
didn't get this in advance to be able to compare.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item number 8B, Town Hall format and agenda. Joanne?
A draft agenda that describes the proposed format for the scheduled town hall budget presentation on August 17th was included in the packet. And I'm here to take any feedback regarding this proposed format and the sort of the rules of the road for the property owner comments and questions.
I have one question. Were you thinking of the podium up here for them to come? Taking a microphone out in the audience?
In terms of our setup here in person, we would go with the podium and have people come up and line up so that they maintain order. But we are opening it up to members who attend online could also ask questions and make comments, and I propose that we alternate between them. So have one person in the room make a comment, and next we take an online comment or question, and just keep going back and forth until we've either run out of time or we've exhausted the number of members who want to speak.
What is it?
Last year, we thought it would be an hour and a half, I think, and it went for almost 2.5 hours. And it could have gone longer. So I've left it a little bit open-ended, and I did not propose a limit to the length of time that property owners could make comments or ask questions. And the idea is really just to generate a lot of feedback. This is in advance. This year this presentation and this town hall is being held in advance of the board voting for or against the budget, and it gives us time to take account of the comments that are coming from the community.
We generally have security there. that meeting?
No, it hasn't been our practice.
Joanne acts as security at those meetings. She did last year anyway. So, so just to clarify, so when you're talking about, each member is allowed one question and then one follow-up question. So you're going to split it like operations and capital? Would they potentially be able to ask a question at the end of the operations portion and then, but they'll still be allowed to ask a question during the capital portion of it? You're just talking about limiting it during that one round, basically?
The current proposal is to give the presentation, operations and capital,
Okay,
and then have questions and comments.
okay.
But it certainly could go the other way. That's why we're here, to give feedback. Yes, sir.
Are we reintroducing a Zoom element and that component to our board meetings as well?
I can't comment on that. My proposal is simply for this meeting. I'll have staff enough to manage it. And it'll need to be a different decision, I would imagine, for around these meetings.
Okay.
But it's certainly good practice. I can say that we used, we allowed participation in the ACC town hall by both in-person attendees and online attendees. And it was very difficult to get the online attendees queued up. So that's why we're proposing to do it in this alternative fashion, because when one person is talking here, we're going to try and text with the people online to say, okay, you're up next. When the pop-up comes on your screen, please click yes, and then you'll be able to speak.
Ray?
Yes, so this town hall is the people that all show up. They can ask questions directly and we can provide answers regarding the budget
That's right.
at the same time, so.
Right, and
it-
last
their
year, we
Questions are
experienced,
answered.
yeah, questions are answered right then and there. And if we
Real
can't
time.
answer it, then we let people know that we'll have to follow up. But last year, we were able to field many questions, and some of them certainly were about the budget, but many of them were about other topics. So it was a really good venue to hear what was on people's minds and to get their input.
And I think it's really nice to be doing it a little earlier like that, because it's been the practice to do it after the budget's pretty much in place. And then we're just kind of telling people what we're doing. So this is really nice that I hope the members who are listening understand that because that's why a lot of them don't attend those, is because they feel like their voices aren't heard. It's already kind of locked in. So it's good for them to know that that's not the case here. That's why it's being done earlier. So show up, attend, talk. Yep.
Did you have any, go ahead, Stu, sorry.
Yeah, my question is an individual's ability to ask questions and make statements, or is it ask questions or make statements?
Well, the purpose of having a separation there is to eliminate it becoming an ongoing dialogue. But so one question or one statement, one question with a follow-up or one statement, and then go to the back of the line.
Okay, but they could come back and ask a question.
Yeah, and we kept going as long as we could. Last year, there was a second event that was scheduled afterwards, which curtailed it. But I mean, the idea is to get as much feedback as possible. It's not, but just to organize it, not to limit it
Okay.
by these rules.
And just to comment on the Zoom thing, so I do Zoom presentations almost every day of the week. And the organizations that I'm presenting at, they have a way of when you log in, you can log in anytime, they put you in the general audience, and then they move you as it's getting close to your time to talk to a presentation mode, but you can't talk until they push the go button, and then you can start presenting. And it displays up on your screen and everything. I mean, it's really kind of slick. So I don't know what version of Zoom we use here, or if we have anybody that knows how to do that, but it might be worth looking into.
Yeah, our software does do that. And the challenge has been that the attendee has to acknowledge the movement. Like you can't make someone a presenter and allow them to speak without them acknowledging it on a dialogue box. And so if people block pop-ups, they don't
can't talk
know,
then.
yeah, they don't see what's going on. Are there any other comments? Do we have other opinions about whether we should split out operations versus capital and allow for 2 question sessions or?
I don't care. It's whatever you guys want to do.
I think
You should do operations separate from surf and from roads. Each of them needs to be an individual topic, just like we had.
Are there other thoughts on that? Because what we found, like I said last year, is that people's questions weren't that specific. They didn't want to know about line 55, on page 6. They just had a generalized question, and asking them to categorize their comments might actually limit their ability to respond.
It may help to break it up just so they don't forget their question though. You know what I'm saying? Like if you do like ops and then you do reserves like together, but they can still comment or something, or you could, I don't know, potentially do like a middle set. You could say this time's for comment on the budget and this time's for general comments, maybe.
So I was just gonna say, if you're gonna split it up, you would have more than one property owner questions. You might do, capital, operations, capital, and then all other.
Yeah.
If you could keep people from, I think it would
Yeah.
just, people are gonna get in line and gonna want to say what they want to say as soon as, it's gonna be all mixed up anyway.
Well, you guys are doing it, so
Ray?
I'll defer to that.
Go ahead, sorry, Ray.
Yeah, how long is the presentation? I guess we haven't seen it yet. I mean, we did see it. Takes
You saw
about,
the presentation on July 25th.
yeah, wasn't it about, I didn't time it, but it seemed like it was like 35 minutes or so.
That's not long.
Yeah. So, I don't know, it seemed okay the way it was. We saw everything and then we had lots of conversation. We didn't have much conversation there. We had more conversation tonight. Because we were just observing, trying to absorb it. I think, get it up there, get on the screen and then get into the feedback. Break it up twice, so you could be here all night. My feeling.
AJ?
The bylaw amendment that we just pushed forward is not the most complicated, but I think it probably should be on this agenda as well to present that to the community. Explain it and maybe give them the ability to, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of comments on that one. If the STR one had moved forward, then I think you could have expected it. But, I think it still should be on there, even though it's rather minor.
Any other comments or suggestions? Great. Thanks.
Okay, next is Community Association Institute Membership Discussion. Rick?
Well, I pretty much said what I wanted to say about it during the search committee report. I just think well, first off, if it's going to benefit our GM search to be a member, so we can post it and make it more widespread to community association folks, I think it's worth it for that. And if we want to take advantage of those other benefits, we can look into that and take it or leave it. But our advisor from Prothman felt that the fee to join, which is about $300, was more than worth the opportunity to get more exposure. Yeah.
AJ?
think if you wanted to hire an HOA GM, we should have hired not Prothman. You hired a local government recruitment firm, and now you're sitting here wanting to recruit an HOA GM. I don't support CAI. They have screwed this community over at this point. They took away our voting rights on dues and how we voted on dues through the help of people in this community. So I'm a resounding no. As far as I'm concerned, that organization can go fuck themselves. I stand.
So, is it my turn?
Yeah, yeah.
So I know you're a new Rick, and so, but if you go back, all you have to do is go back and look around, starting around 2014, 2015, and you can begin to see the damage, even back to 2011, 2012, that CAI has done to this association. That's why you hear so much bitterness from the community, and why the previous board actively opposed, and we removed our support of CAI, and we removed our membership. So when we, like AJ was saying, we pivoted to bring in a general manager with more municipal type experience. So, which is nice about Prothman. HOA managers, this community is not a regular HOA. It is like a city. And so it operates like a city, and you need someone with that skill set that has the ability to do that. Most HOA managers, even the ones that say they have large scale community experience, aren't able to do that. The other thing about CAI that most people don't realize is that CAI is totally it's basically a lobbying group that's fully funded by the dues of community associations. They depend on professional lobbyists. That's how they, that's really all they are. And so it's kind of a deceptive thing. This community, because of the size of it and because of certain people with different types of agendas, we have a very diverse community here. And that has been an ongoing issue. And CAI and lobbyists with CAI and board directors who were actually lobbyists for CAI actually did a lot of harm to us. And so, I hear what you're saying, but I can tell you that most people in this community have a very, very bitter taste for that organization. And I would really recommend that you look into how they've impacted us before you ask us to support them.
So I've had a couple of phone calls with staff, and had another one today, to try and find out more about the organization and what products they offer. They have one paid lobbyist, one. They have an advocacy committee of 15 or 20, quite a few volunteers that are members. But they do have several programs, many of which are web-based, and then recorded and accessible to members. Some are free and some are for a low fee. I think that one line of courses has to do with board training. I think for new board members, it might be helpful if they haven't had depth of board experience. There are programs that have to do with understanding and reading budgets and financial statements, keeping up with the ongoing changes in laws and regulations regarding community associations. I don't pretend to know everything about everything, and I'm always more than willing to learn more about how to do a better job at things that I either work at or volunteer at. And to think that, maybe I could learn something and benefit from a small investment of $320. I think it's worthwhile. They also offer individual memberships. You can join as a homeowner, or for, I think it's $120 or something like that per year, and have access to the same resources. So just my opinion, I'm trying to do the best job that I can in throwing the widest net, I should say, of attracting a highly qualified individual. And they may or may not come from city or government experience or from HOA experience. I don't know. But that's the impression I got. That's the advice and recommendation we got from our recruiting firm. So I'm just telling you how I feel and what they recommend. The board can choose to do what they want.
So as I understand it, that we actually, our last recruiters actually did did list that on CAI. It must have something to do with Prothman not able to do it, that they're asking the association to join. I don't know why
They can
Prothman.
only post it if you're a member.
So,
The CAA won't.
so the other organization must have somehow had, pay for it or something, the other recruiter. But that, I think I really want you, I want to express this because, CAI takes a political stance that they are actively opposed to any, limitations on dues increases. It is actually their policy. Any of their lobbyists signs agreements that they will not oppose
Opposing.
they have a public policy that they take the stance against any limitation on dues increases.
Oh.
One of the things that is a very big deal in this community, right, is the bylaw limitation on dues increases. So CAI wants us to remove that. So by joining that, we need to remember we're going to start getting lobbied and pushed, and our board during this training is going to be told, oh, no, you don't want a restriction on that. You want to be able to just do whatever, but this is a community and it's supported by the dues of the membership. And they deserve stable dues.
Yeah.
Rob?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. CAI has a real bad taste around here for sure. But on the other hand, I think we do want to cast as wide of a net as possible. I think we want to, my opinion, I think we're looking for somebody who has really good organizational management skills, somebody that's managed a larger organization, worked through budgets. We talk about bad taste, and the last GM we had, who was this is my perception, was a career politician, was a great politician. He was really good at baffling people with BS, and he didn't do anything. I see no value in hiring somebody like that. So not that every ex-mayor would be like that, or municipal city manager or something. But I think we want to be really careful because the last GM to me was an absolute failure.
Just to be clear, he was a mayor once. It's not a career politician. Words matter.
Okay, words matter, but I'll take it back. He was a politician, and I'll stand by my words. He was very good at baffling people with BS. That's what he did. This is a guy that said, it's no problem, launch your boat and then swim out to your boat, not knowing anything about safety. He was, enough, man, it's getting late. We gotta just be careful who we hire.
Okay, any additional questions or comments regarding CAI?
Are we voting on it?
No motion.
That's what I'm asking. What are we doing?
Okay, moving on to 8C, easement request. Amen?
Thanks. Purpose of this memo is to request approval for easements granting 8 and 10 Valley View Circle permission to cross SVCA-owned park space with a stormwater line. On May 23rd, Board of Directors approved easements for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle that would allow the builder for those new construction projects to install sanitary sewer lines across SVCA-owned green space. At that time, I did not recommend granting similar easements for stormwater lines, even though they could be installed in the same trench as the sewer lines. Now, additional information has come to light that requires re-evaluation. The reason we did not originally request a stormwater easement for these properties is that we were advised by legal counsel to limit the number of easements granted as much as possible and to rely on specific criteria in a policy for determining when easements could be allowed. This is really good advice, since easements are costly to develop and record, and multiple easements add complexity when managing land. Since May, however, it has become clear that many properties throughout the association are routing stormwater across SVCA-owned property, both with and without easements. In the past practice, a revocable encroachment permit application, or a REPA, as they're known around here, which is typically used to give a builder permission to cross SVCA's right-of-way to connect to utilities buried in the street, could also be used to request permission to cross or encroach on other types of SVCA property. When there was no other feasible option, approvals were granted by staff. Before I go any further, I'd like to point out that both the stormwater plan and the sewer connections are not SVCA's bailiwick. Both of those things are handled by, in one instance, the county, who says that the stormwater plan is approved, and in the other instance by Lake Wacom Water and Sewer as to where a home can connect to the sewer line. To continue with the memo, crossing the right-of-way is much less problematic than crossing park or green space. In a situation where utilities connect across these larger parcels, it is advantageous to the association to enter into an easement agreement that defines the homeowner's responsibility to restore the space to pre-construction condition after installing the lines and to maintain the lines in perpetuity. Similarly, the homeowner benefits by having a documented right to cross SVCA property. In the absence of an easement agreement, the possibility exists that the association could bring a suit of trespass against a homeowner that had encroached on their land. Adding stormwater to the sanitary sewer easements for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle adds no risk to Sudden Valley, but does add significant value to the properties themselves. Importantly, allowing a gravity system to be installed removes the threat that stormwater could overflow the collection tank needed for a pump system, potentially damaging the downhill properties. For those reasons, I request that the Board of Directors approve the addition of stormwater lines to the existing sanitary sewer easements for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle and direct the General Manager to execute the agreements on behalf of the association.
All right. So the motion is move that the Board of Directors approve the addition of stormwater lines to the existing sanitary sewer easements for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle and direct the General Manager to execute the agreements on behalf of the association. A second? Okay, Rick, thank you. Okay, it's open for discussion. Any discussion?
Me.
Go ahead, Linda.
I asked that these all be pulled from this meeting. When we pulled, actually, all of the requests, originally when this public utility easement resolution was brought forward on May 23rd, AJ made a motion to bring the resolution, a changed resolution, back to the board and the specific easement for the Division 7 lots 8 and 10. The document for 8 and 10 came back, no resolution did. The resolution gave us the power to, and it was only for sewer easements, had said nothing about stormwater. The template says nothing about stormwater. The resolution gave us the right to impose a fee for this. We no longer have that. We no longer have the authority because we have never put together a public utility easement that says, and AJ said then they could always just do it, that it says we shall. You can put a line in there that says they're all approved by the board on a individual basis, which it actually says in here. But I think until then, I don't know how we have the authority to do it. My vote will be no. You all can vote and do what you want, but that's my opinion, is we never approved the resolution that gave us the power to approve any of this stuff.
So the board has the right to approve a contract. And the resolution specifically established a very specific policy. That policy is not feasible, in my opinion, given the additional information that I have learned about where properties locate their sewer lines and where properties route their stormwater. The benefit to an easement is, as I stated, that it gives the association a contract that defines recourse if the line is not maintained, and that it specifically requires the homeowner to restore the green space to its pre-construction state. There's a benefit for the homeowner as well. Each of these is an individual situation, and each of these contracts is going to be slightly different. They're following the template and they're reviewed by our lawyer. So I suggest that the board not remove them, but instead consider each of the situations. If there is a procedural issue, we can address that, but the properties in question need to move forward, and another delay would not be at all advantageous for that construction.
AJ, and then Sonia, I'm not sure which one had their hand up.
There's no contract included.
Yeah, the contract is the same contract as was used before.
Not gonna be the same because it's gonna have different language to allow stormwater.
Okay, so we could just approve them using REPAs. That's the alternative.
That the REPAs have been approved.
They're also revocable. We can also revoke them.
That really is the choice. If you guys want to consider easements, I just got them back from the law firm today, so I couldn't provide them earlier. We have held up the start of construction for these properties for a significant amount of time, and there is liability involved in that holdup. So I brought them forward. I realize it's not ideal. It's absolutely up to you how you'd like to handle it.
Why didn't we bring a resolution back?
I answered that already. It's because the resolution established a policy which it became clear was not useful and did not apply to these individual situations. It could not apply like the intention, as the intention was on the part of the lawyer. It just didn't work.
So can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Sonia, sorry.
Yeah, so basically, there is a big difference between granting a sewer easement that's already been designed and running across green space as opposed to allowing stormwater to run across green space. The benefit is actually only to those owners. It's not to us. It's going to cost the association a lot of money to enforce that if they don't follow it. I mean, we already know what happened with, like in November of 2021, Keith, we've been out on site where this stormwater flowing across green space and damaging people's homes because somebody routed it incorrectly and that type of thing. It's a big issue, and it's a slippery slope because the minute we create liability for this association, and it's the way I have read what the attorney has said is that he has recommended that we do not grant these easements at all. It is a liability for the association. And I think, again, I would agree with doing a resolution for the sewer on a case-by-case basis but I'm totally opposed to us allowing stormwater to cross our green space. The other thing I just want, I'm going to finish, but I don't really, I'm just going to put this out here because I don't 100% know what this means. But as you know, 6490 is going to be governing us. And what it says is that we may grant easements, leases, and licenses through or over the common elements, but a grant to the unit owner that benefits the unit owner's unit, which is the house or the lot, is allowed only by reallocation of the common elements to a limited common element. I don't even think our articles or declarations allow us to do that.
All good points, but in the specific instances that we're considering today, there are compelling reasons to allow stormwater, and actually, one of them doesn't even address stormwater, it's a sewer easement. Specifically, 8 and 2 Valley View Circle. The alternative to discharging stormwater across the common property and into the ditch on Louise View Drive, the alternative to that is to pump it uphill into a containment tank and then, or to collect it in that tank and then pump it across the street into the ditch.
Yeah, but that's their,
So-
they bought that lot.
No, I'm not talking about it as a cost factor. The builder is actually neutral. The builder has approval for both type systems. The ACC committee, or the ACC, has said that they will approve it if the stormwater discharges through a gravity system, but they will not approve the pumping station for the simple fact that if power goes out and you can't pump to empty that tank, that holding tank, it will overflow and it will move downhill. And it won't be guided by a pipe into the ditch. It will simply head towards the foundation of the home that is below those two properties. So those are the compelling circumstances that are bringing us to ask for an easement, which we did not originally want to ask for. Now, there is a viable path forward for that builder, and that is to pump it up. So whichever way the board decides, the builder does have a path forward. But that's the point that I'm asking you to consider. The gravity system would avoid that potential outcome. And as we all know, the power does go out here. And when does it go out? When there's a storm. So it's kind of a confluence of bad things happening, right?
Yeah, and just to further a little bit on that, we did look at 8 and 10 with Joel Carter, our ACC guy, and there is a culvert up top past 16 Valley View, but that's badly deteriorated down below. So the idea was, we'll pump the water uphill. Then where? It's uphill now, and there's properties on this side, nothing up here. What's going to happen with the water? And it's right now a ditch that's still, Sudden Valley ditch, so it's nothing special.
So
it's a problem.
did Tyler Andrews come out, or Mike? What did they say about the area?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
met.
they were both involved in this. Mike reviewed the stormwater plan and said, because we questioned him quite closely about it, and he said it was an appropriate installation, that a gravity system in that situation is better. However, we have many pumped systems. Many properties pump stormwater uphill. In this particular situation, it's bad because if the tank overflowed, like I said, it would move directly downhill towards the foundation of the homes below.
Any other questions? AJ?
These plans are kind of hard to read. So looking at these two things, is the easement that we're granting through that like narrow strip?
Well,
No, there's,
we grant it into the green space.
Like-
Before they can get out to Louise View, they have to cross a public utility easement on a private lot.
this is the green space here. Because there's already existing easements here. And there's an existing easement here. But it's going from the end of the lot, there's like a narrower section that's going through. But then it goes into a 3-foot easement.
I don't want them to.
Like, they're not fitting a sewer main and a stormwater pipe in a 3-foot utility. easement.
No, the sewer connection will be in the green space. Right, so that, and many of our green spaces are already equipped with a sewer line, and all the properties that back onto that green space connect to the sewer in the green space.
Mike told me that he went down there and there's a manhole down there actually in the green space. I know there's a clean out down there. I didn't see the manhole.
Right, so the sewer connection is will be shorter before it gets into the main sewer line. The sewer connection is shorter than the stormwater discharge pipe. That stormwater discharge pipe will have to cross, it'll, in the green space, it's in the same trench, but then it passes through a short yardage of green space to get to a private lot, and then it would cross that private lot by utilizing the public utility easement that is attached to all of our lots.
Right. And, okay, so here's a question. So let's say we approve this on a one-off or 1-2 base, 2-off. Okay, did you speak to Richard about these, them signing some type of hold harmless for the association to protect us? Because now we're allowing that onto green space, right? And so let's say, for instance, we didn't know that they didn't do it correctly. You know, the homeowners are going to come after the association. That's still our property. How are we protected in that situation? Like, is there some way to mitigate our risk if we allow it?
To be honest, I didn't bring that up with him. Absolutely, you can add a hold harmless clause to the easement, and that might be advisable. I would have to ask.
So maybe you could ask that and then we can bring it back so Linda would be happy with it. And then we would have the resolution and you could ask that question.
Well, I'm not sure what the resolution is doing. If we're not adopting a policy with specific criteria for determining when and when not to offer easements, I simply don't know how to write a resolution.
I think we don't want
The
to.
resolution wasn't, it was a policy to give an easement for this one instance. That's what it was.
Well,
Originally it was it's not even necessarily a policy. It's a one-off resolution that we did. You know, policy is typically something that gets used on a repeated basis.
well, I went back to the lawyer with that and he said, no, this is what you should adopt. And then you follow this criteria and all the other divisions. I agree with you, but that's what I was told by the lawyer. And since I'm not a lawyer, I took his advice.
You don't play one on TV?
I agree that all of this is extremely confusing and there's lots of risk involved. But in this one particular situation, at least for 8 and 10 Valley View, I think it's worthy of consideration. And this additional information that has come to light, looking at stormwater discharge in many locations throughout and understanding that the sewer lines that the builders are connecting to are already in the green spaces. The resolution as originally written doesn't make a lot of sense.
And the other idea, I think was protection, like having the easement, it gave the association some protection, it gave the homeowners some protection as well. And then we're able to charge a fee for the easement where the REPA, you know, you're just doing it and providing something.
It actually creates more liability for us.
Well, I think I can ask the lawyer, as I said, I will ask the lawyer that follow-up question and bring it back to the board. But if you all could give me more feedback on that resolution, I'd appreciate it because I understand Linda's concerns, but each one of these contracts is individual. We have a standardized template for the easement that makes it easier or more comfortable for the board to approve these contracts. Just like we have a standardized construction contract with, you know, this one is just sewer, this one is sewer and stormwater. And those are the only ones that we're talking about in this discussion. But I think that it's absolutely within the board's purview to approve contracts like that without a set policy. The resolution was meant to adopt a policy. I don't think it was a great idea, actually, now, in hindsight, looking at all this other information, but if there is a resolution that's needed for this, I need direction on what should be in it.
Sonia, I have an answer to your question. In the template, it's only for sewers, not for stormwater.
Okay.
But it says liability. The lot owner assumes any and all risk and liability associated with the use of the burdened property and agrees to indemnify, defend, and hold SVCA, its employees, agents, officers, and board members harmless from and against all liabilities, claims, losses, demands, or judgments, including reasonable costs and attorney fees incurred by SVCA arising out of relating to damages to persons or property associated by the use of the easement by the lot owner, the lot owner's licensees, invitees, and guests.
So I agree, and I have no problem with that on the sewer. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Ed Ray?
We've exhausted this one pretty good. But with those comments that you just came up with, Linda, that holds us harmless, and then I'll hold the board, and, you know, pumping water up the hill and the power goes out and it floods. I mean, they've already got lines going. We need to go forward. Bless it if we can, as long as we're being held harmless.
Thank you, Ray. Rick?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to support this. I think also in the model easement that was drafted by our attorney, and number 10 refers to amendments. So we could amend the sewer only to include a stormwater. The way I read it, I'm not a lawyer, but it looks like it could amend it, the easement agreement as it's written.
Thank you, Rick. AJ?
I have a lot of concerns about this. I don't think it's very well thought out. The top plan set leaves the back of the house with a sewer line. The sewer line connects just past the green space. It looks, or I can't really tell, but then the stormwater line keeps going into a 3-foot easement. A 3-foot easement is borderline not even big enough to install that pipe, let alone continue to maintain it over time. The second drawing leaves the back of the house, both the sewer and the stormwater goes through a 5-foot easement with both lines. Like, these are just not adequately sized easements for what's happening in here. You know, a 3-foot easement is made for like a fiber line or a power cable, like not a 12-inch or 8-inch stormwater pipe. I just, you know, there's nothing in here about like, so who's going to be going in to check to make sure, you know, is Mike going to develop a program now for any time we install things across green space that we're going in to inspect those things to make sure the homeowner's maintaining them? That will be required, because on the second drawing, for sure, the top drawing too, but the second drawing is going to require at least 1, 2, 3 catch basins in addition to the pipe, because there's complete changes in direction, and the top drawing is probably going to require at least 1 catch basin in there as well, which is borderline going to be able to fit in a 3-foot easement. I just don't think they're big enough to do what they're wanting to do. I don't agree with, you know, the stormwater manual for Western Washington, you know, requires you to manage stormwater on property. And I think they should have to do that, unfortunately.
Just to address that, one thing that I've heard constantly is the ACC is not engineers. And so we're counting on the county to, if the county approved the plans, we're assuming the county looked at it and the county said it's big enough to do what they want to do. We're not supposed to be second guessing their engineers, and, you know.
That's not what I'm doing though. 3-foot easement isn't even really big enough to dig a trench to install a pipe and have people in the trench working.
I think the plan calls for
gonna-
surface mount, AJ.
What?
A surface mount? What?
Yeah.
Then it could burst. Like
What's a surface mount? They're just gonna be running this pipe across the, not underground?
In certain parts, yeah, like how they have, according to Mike, this is how they do it all over. Apparently, this is all over Sudden Valley and Green Space. I was unaware of it as well. He said a lot of it is surface mounted and durable. He said you could drive over it, walk, I was shocked. I'm not used to it.
I think we're setting a bad precedent. I think some of that has happened in the past because we've had staff that, allowed that. I know at one point there was a GM that was doing licenses or something and allowing people for money to do that. But just because these builders want to overbuild the lot and put as large a house as possible on there is not our,
Size of a house.
well, they should be able.
Yeah, it does, because the bigger the house, the more stormwater treatment and stuff's
Yeah,
required.
but this typically has to do with gravity feed. Do we want him to, he doesn't care, like you said already, the builder was in the meeting, said, I don't care, I'll pump up or go downhill. The ACC was adamant about it going downhill. I met with Mike, we all agree it's better to go downhill, of course. And then the uphill ditch, Mike didn't think was engineered appropriately to take that excess stormwater. And then obviously going down, gravity makes more sense. So that's how we got to this situation where we're at now. He was already granted the easement and approved for the stormwater, for the sewer system. Just a matter of now the storm.
But like AJ's saying, that it's such a small trench, like they're not gonna be able to trench both of those things, right? There's a
Well,
lot of things running in that.
Typically, you can share the trench with the stormwater. I don't know why he came back. So in the ACC meeting, because I didn't see it on the plans either, but in the ACC meeting, I questioned that because I wanted to make sure it's buried, and it does go across a neighboring property. And he said some of it might be surface mounted. And I just wrote a note because I was like, some of it might be surface mounted. Of course, it's going to depend on up and lows and things like that. So that's an issue.
Only time you surface mount stormwater is when you're like sending pipe over a bluff. Like, when you drive past gate 5 and you look up to the right between gate 5 and the gas station, there's a big pipe comes off the hill with a big T at the bottom. That's like where you see surface mounting because you can't bury that pipe. And if they have to do that here, like, so what, this homeowner who's gonna have this pipe running behind them in a 3-foot easement is gonna have potentially a stormwater pipe just sticking out of the ground that they gotta look at because there's a 3-foot easement. Whatcom County is just looking at this being like, okay, it's in an easement, not that it can actually be built within that easement. Like,
Well, AJ, you have the benefit of an engineering background. Most people who have to evaluate this for the association do not. As Keith mentioned, it's the county's job to approve a site plan for stormwater, and they approved this plan. The builder is neutral. He'll pump up or he'll let it flow down. It doesn't matter to the builder. The ACC thought it was important enough to bring it to the board because there could be a bad effect on the properties downhill from these 2 lots that are being developed. So it's pretty straightforward. Like I said, either way, the builder can move forward, but we put it forward because we think it's a benefit to the neighbors to do it gravity.
Any additional questions, comments?
So is the essential question just, is it going up or is it going down? There's no other solution then. Is that how you see it?
Right, and what I would propose is, if we could have a vote, amend the motion or defeat this motion, and then make another one to say, does the board approve, pumping up or not, or down? And then I'll get the contract, I'll review what they sent me back today and send it out. And you guys can vote at the next meeting on the specific contract since that would be more appropriate once you've had the chance to review it. But if you're not going to approve the concept, then we won't bother with that. They'll pump up, and that's the end of that for these 2 properties.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to make the motion The motion on the table is moved that the Board of Directors approve the addition of stormwater lines to the existing sanitary sewer easements for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle and direct the general manager to execute the agreements on behalf of the association. Second,
I'll second.
okay, we're up for vote. All in favor of the motion to allow the stormwater to gravity feed down? Nobody? Rick?
Are you a yes or no?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? 1, 2, 3. Abstained?
Yeah, I actually meant to abstain.
Okay.
I'd like to. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, now we're moving on to, the
What
next.
was the actual outcome of that motion? I'm sorry, because I was going to abstain too, and I ended up saying no. What was the outcome?
Gravity down, yeah, gravity.
Okay, and what was the vote? I'm so sorry.
Up,
Got-
gravity down.
I got
4
sleepy.
4-3, yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
It approved. Okay, moving on to 8 Thunder Peak. Joanne?
Lake Wacom Water and Sewer District has recommended a sanitary sewer connection for 8 Thunder Peak Way that requires the line to cross SVCA-owned property. Because of the small size of the parcel and its location, there is little to no risk to SVCA to approve this easement. Similarly, this easement would not affect other property owners in that area. So the request is that the Board of Directors approve an easement for 8 Thunder Peak Way to allow a sanitary sewer line to be installed across SVCA-owned parcel 30592 and direct the general manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the association. If you look at the map that was provided by Lake Wacom Water and Sewer, you can see that the actual road and the planned road diverge. And that divergence created a tiny little pie-shaped section of land that is owned by the association. And it's about 15 feet across at its widest point, and the easement is to cross the corner of it to get to the established sewer line. Does that make sense to everybody? These things are super hard to read. I totally understand. Yes, AJ?
We have the easement, like this doesn't
It
show
is-
us anything.
Right, it's the standard easement language that was used before.
Yeah, but I feel like if we're establishing a brand new easement, we should have the record of
The
survey
document?
for the easement.
Like I said, I didn't get it back until about 4 o'clock.
Joanne, is this going to be a similar situation where in 2 weeks, there's going to be a stormwater easement?
No, the stormwater site plan was approved separately and doesn't cross there.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Like that's what caused that wedge of land.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the table is move that the Board of Directors approve an easement for 8 Thunder Peak Way to allow a sanitary sewer line to be installed across SVCA-owned parcel 30592 and direct the general manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the association. Get a second?
Second.
Rick beat you. Any additional questions? Yeah, AJ?
I'd like to make an amended motion that Board of Directors be provided the actual agreement and an easement document showing where the easement will actually be given. This is just, we're approving a napkin sketch right now. High quality napkin sketch from like Wacom Water and Sewer. They should be able to provide us a record of survey with the actual easement. An easement is like a recorded document. I mean, I think in this instance, I would probably, because it's like basically following our road right away, I would support providing an easement for the sewer line. But I think we need to see exactly where the said easement is. Because some of this looks like it's within our right of way, so I don't know if they actually need an easement in those spots. Stuff like that.
What this is for is actually an easement for going through our right of way.
What, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't hear me?
No,
You don't need
what,
an
what you might want to do is move the first part of that and then just say, I can't execute the agreement and I'll bring back the agreement and show it to you, to y'all. Would you feel better about that? But it would be helpful to know if the board was going to approve this conceptually so we can finish out that, that document and bring it back to you.
Yeah, I'd want to see the document, because I don't think we would need to grant an easement if it's in our right of way. We would just issue a REPA. We don't have easements for all the sewer that's within our right of way everywhere in Sun Valley. Do we? So it'd just be the portions that deviate out of that wandering right of way that's.
It's
literally-
crossing parkland in addition to the right of way.
Yeah, so the easement would be on those parklands, not necessarily the right of way. We'd have a REPA for the right of way portion.
No, we could do, I would do what Joanne suggested, if everybody's
I'm
okay
fine
with that.
approving something conceptually and then getting that document back, so we see what we're actually telling to Joanne to sign. Yeah, I would support an easement or support getting the documents so we know what we're actually having Joanne sign. Right now, we're having Joanne sign nothing.
But I do want to point out that this is the map. This is what we get. And then there's the design.
No,
which-
that's not.
Which has,
Easement needs to be like a record of survey has to get filed with the county auditor's office.
if the design is included, that's what the original easement for 8 and 10 Valley View had. There's no survey associated with that.
No, what I'm saying, a record of survey establishes the easement. They put, PLS would have to put together an exhibit that outlines the property boundaries, the new survey, and then all that easement has to get filed with the auditor's office and recorded against the properties that it's on.
It has to be recorded.
That's
And
not,
the easement
this is
was.
not a surveyed document that. can
No,
be
it's an
recorded.
attachment to the easement language that was proposed by our lawyer. So it's not like I came up with that. I'm just telling you what was in the original one. And it is basically these two attachments go in there along with the plat map as documentation. So if you want something different, that wasn't in that original, agreement, that templated agreement.
Yeah,
You see what I mean?
it's not the agreement, it's.
It's the addendums to it,
There's
or the
usually
attachments,
an
yeah.
Exhibit that is stamped by a professional licensed surveyor.
I will,
Does that. This isn't stamped by anyone by Lake Wacom Water and Sewer, not even an engineer. Yeah,
I will send you, all, the easement for 8 and 10 Valley View Circle. It follows the exact format. The only thing that's been, as you already approved, the only thing that is updated in that easement is the addition of stormwater line where it also says sewer. And for the new easement that's proposed for 8 Thunder Peak, I will again send you the agreement so you can take a look at it, as governed by the lawyer's direction.
So the motion is that we are going to approve the, what did you just call it? Thunder Peak. Sound good? I think it sounds good. Second. Oh, sorry. Seriously.
Oh,
She voted no.
All right, moving on to item 20, Sweetwater, Sweet Clover Circle. Yeah. So this easement was already approved as a part of a REPA. So if you don't want to approve this easement, that's fine. If you want the additional protection for the association of the easement language, which Linda just showed us has the hold harmless clause, then let me know and I will again have the lawyers finalize the document that they sent me back the draft of today and then send it to you for review and bring it back at the next session.
Okay, so the motion on this one is move that the Board of Directors approve an easement for 20 Sweet Clover Circle to allow sanitary sewer and stormwater lines to be installed across SVCAO-owned parcel 32097 and direct the journal.
Just stop there. Don't say to sign it. All right. It's almost kind of a real thing that he's looking at.
Do you need a second so we can open it for discussion? Second.
Thank you.
So I have something. So I'm fine with the, as we discussed, the sewer portion of it. I have real issues. I'm afraid that we're setting precedents with the stormwater, portion. So is it possible that for us to break that apart and we approve the, sewer portion? I realize there's already a REPA, but again, it's revocable. But we approve, what's the option on the stormwater with these guys? Because I feel like this is going to continue to happen. It's more convenient for these developers to do it like that. And they're always gonna, like, as you said, they've cut corners and done this quite a bit to the association. We need to stop doing that. And I'm afraid if we keep approving these, it's going to be hard for us to, at what point is the attorney going to say, you've set a precedent and you can't refuse any of them now?
That is the original reason that we brought the request for the sewer easement forward in May. But since May, I personally have learned that throughout the association, certain properties are absolutely discharging stormwater across our property with no easement. They've done it because they got a REPA to approve them because the county said, this is the recommended stormwater plan for this site.
Right, but we can pull those REPAs back. They're revocable. I mean, like
yes,
every
you
one of
can.
them, and then we can make them divert their stormwater if we
Yes,
feel
you
like they're
can.
damaging the
But-
association.
Yes, you can, but see, this is another site that has a steep slope. And you're gonna have that same problem of pumping up and potentially overflowing the basin. So, absolutely your call. I'm just saying that it's very prevalent. It would be a massive cost if we decided to revoke all of the permissions for all of the properties that are discharging their stormwater across Sudden Valley land.
But it's
And
going to,
in some cases, there might not be alternatives. I don't know because it would require a massive surveying or inspection of properties to figure this all out, looking at the approved plans, massive.
so what I'm concerned about, again, is that it's also going to be costly for us to enforce these, right? And that they're going to damage the association, which we've seen that. We saw that happen during 2021. And the other issue is that we're allowing all of this, and what happens when the association, so every time that we do certain things with the roads, we have to mitigate, right? We have to do these, we have to I forgot what it's called, but we have to do stormwater mitigation. And we're giving away all of this land and all of this property that we would be utilizing to help offset some of that stormwater mitigation that we might need if we want to build something or expand a road or something. So there's a lot of ramifications to me to set a precedent of allowing this every time somebody wants it. That's my concern.
Yeah, that's one of my questions. What is these properties behind this one in question? There's, are there homes behind this home? Like, is this pipe gonna run down between two homes?
20 suite.
Water.
But there's the two lots behind it. You know, that the pipe runs down this thing. Are there homes there? And are we approving someone to surface mount an ugly stormwater pipe literally basically across someone's property? Even though it's ours technically, but like, it's not like it's a usable piece of property for us in any like good capacity. You know, so that's a concern I have with this one. It's, yeah, it is. It's obviously, it's going down a 15% plus grade. The other thing I'd like to point out is the county is not recommending any stormwater. That is the engineer who designed it. County is just reviewing that design to make sure it meets county's code. They're not gonna tell them to change something if it meets the code. If it doesn't, then they'll say you need to meet this and you're not. But I wanted to make sure everyone's clear on that. Cause, you know, this is in my eyes, in this instance, and it's really hard to tell because we're not getting any of the aerial imagery around this house. And we also, you know, I have not had time to go out and like site visit this place. But in this instance here, we have a pipe running down a 15% plus grade as one option, or having to pump back up. Both those seem incredibly poor choices, you know, and we talk a lot about, you know, a lot of people talk a lot about the development of properties and stuff like that. And like, you know, I get it, but these builders are going to want to do what's easiest. This is what's easiest for them to do. Surface mounting a pipe, you know, going to be black and corrugated or bright green and smooth. Like, they're not attractive looking in the least bit. I don't know. I do not support this. I don't even understand. My understanding is REPA is for our right of way or encroachments and building improvements like within our road prism and connecting to our road prism and stuff. We're issuing REPAs across park space as well,
That's been the practice, yeah.
because that's,
Yeah, I think it
yeah,
should
that
stop.
should be an
That's-
easement, and
that's
that
why I'm bringing
definitely
them
should
forward.
stop.
That's exactly why I'm bringing them forward. And I know that you don't individually have time to go out on site visits, but I can tell you that Mike Brock, our maintenance and facility manager, has gone on site for every one of these that he's reviewed and checked it against the plan, against the, you know, the posts that mark the lot lines and all of that. And he does have a background in stormwater, and the plans were also approved by the county. And when you say, you know, they have to be to code, well, the codes were established for that particular reason, so that they can determine whether a connection is appropriate or not. So meeting
It doesn't
code,
have to be on our backs.
yeah, well, that's the decision. The easement does include the hold harmless, and it does include significant penalties, if the homeowner does not maintain the lines. That is a significant improvement over the current practice of simply using a REPA to let them put the line in my opinion. But that's what the board needs to vote on.
Okay, yeah, so again, it has to do with protection of the board. association. We have some documentation because I guess like she was saying before, they've just been issuing them, I guess, through admin or whatever, letting people do it. At least now we would have documentation of where they're at and, legal description of it and someone's responsible for it. But anyways, enough conversation on that because we still have closed session after this. So the motion is on the table with, already been, I brought it forward and Sonia seconded, move that the board of directors approve an easement for 20 Sweet Clover Circle to allow sanitary sewer and stormwater lines to be installed across SVC-owned property. And allow the general manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the association. Take a vote on that. All in favor? Or all opposed?
There's no agreement
Any
provided.
opposed?
What was the vote?
4-3. Okay.
You didn't, all right, you abstained.
All right, we're gonna move this meeting into closed session at 10:46 p.m. Oh, we're gonna vote to move it. Can I get a second? Motion to move this closed session.
Second.
All in favor? All right, then Adam.
I'll take a couple minute break.
Tablet. Put one of these with each meeting and start with one. up there.
I'm so exhausted. I'm afraid I'm gonna go to sleep just.
Spencer, are we back on? You're gonna make a motion to move back into open session
At,
at 11:57 PM?
I make a motion to move back into open session at 11:57 PM.
Second. Okay, make a motion to adjourn. Oh, we need a vote. All in favor of?
You don't, you just simply say we have completed our business for the day. There is
say-
nothing coming out of closed session.
Move to oh, okay, very good. Thank you, Linda. Adjourned.